How's it going, Tomer? How's it going, back up? He's too quick. And Nick Gundev. Welcome. The return of the catformer. Catformer. Yes. We're still struggling with the new spikes. I still don't know what to make them look like. I have some reality leaking behind me. Can't have that. So what do we want to do about these spikes? Saw a meme that reminded. Let's see this meme. As a beginner, except this is 3 years into the game. We are improving the player GD though. I think that looks pretty good. Oh, and then we have this collectible. Okay. So I'll do one level. Yeah, let's at least do... Honestly, we should do 2 levels. As much as I want to work on the spikes right now, we should finish. Okay, there's one other problem. This is a secret room, and like we want to continue going left. Have to see what to do there. Yo, how's it going, Jack? Did you release your app yet? Not yet. So we need a portal. I could put a portal here. I feel like it's kind of a cop-out. It's what we did in the first like secret room, was we put a portal right here and then we could have it come back out here. Boom, boom, boom. There are 4 things I need to do. I'm just wasting time. Bum, 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 bum. Have some gameplay from someone who doesn't play games. It's shit. Oh no. Shit, as in, I mean, that's what I asked for, right? I wanted bad gameplay. Unless it's really bad. But I'm sure maybe I can figure out something from it. Added some explanations in the subtitles. Okay, I'll check it out. Let me know when you post it. So we have 1 dash here. We hit this, and we need to hit this portal again. Check videos. Okay, give me 1 second. It was a 30-minute video. Is this still? Oh my god, we changed the game so much. I forgot this was even a thing. It's just 5 minutes in the menu. Here, we'll have to increase the speed. Open subtitles. I think it should be on. Oh, this is way too fast. Alright, they're figuring out the jumps, which is good. Taps arrow keys instead of holding. They'll figure it out eventually. To activate the light, okay. That's fair enough. Honestly, that's like, it's funny, like from if a player, if you're not used to playing video games, there are like a lot of assumptions that you make, like, oh, can I, like, you know, can I talk to this knight over here, where it's not really a knight, but it's like, you know, silly stuff like that. Press to grab / activate light. Honestly, this is a valid mistake. But how long before? Okay. Also a valid mistake, to be honest. I think what we're going to do is I'm actually thinking of just removing, you know, the least amount of buttons, the better. Get stuck in sign. I mean, I should have an icon here that shows, hey, you can press continue. So that's actually on me. I did press it eventually. Okay. Oh. But they got it. Oh, let me move my head, because sometimes I block. Here, let me, I'll put myself up here for now. Super interesting that someone who is a non-gamer who has never played anything before. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Like, this is an extreme case. It's more likely that this person won't. Honestly, it's very unlikely that someone like this would play my game. This is your mom? Oh, that's so funny. You know, I should actually have my mom play my game too. I might do that. Is she using a control? Oh no, she's using a keyboard and mouse. I feel like she, like, has your mom played any games before? Like, I know my mom has played games on, like, the controller. So I feel like it would be best for me to let her play it on a controller. Because I find a keyboard is probably more difficult for people. Not really. I see. But she's able to figure it out. Which is... Oh. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be the hard part, like, managing your distances. Unfortunately, I don't think I will be, like... We'll see. Oh. But, I mean, okay. I'm sure... Okay, we're also playing this at 1.5 speed. I feel like it might be slightly frustrating to watch this at normal speed. But yeah, this 1.5 speed, it's like... It's enough. With pressing dash before pressing the arrow keys. Yeah, that makes sense. Most issues with pressing dash before pressing... Like, she was pressing the dash before pressing the arrow keys. Oh, she is getting it. So what I'm going to actually do in this level is actually remove... I'm going to remove the player's ability to dash. And when we start redoing chapter 1, I'm gonna remove the player's ability to dash until like a few rooms later. Like you're gonna find the cat and then you have the ability to dash. That way they can combine. Like I just need rooms that are just teaching wall climbing or jumps and wall climbing. Also in speedrun mode, yeah, it'll be also in speedrun mode. Like you have to get the. I mean, it'll be quick. Like it's kind of like in like if you're speedrunning Celeste, if you're in the in like the prologue, you jump through. It's like literally 1 or 2 levels of very simple platforming, and then you get the dash. And I think I'm gonna do something similar, just so that the player understands. Like right now, she's not using the jump button at all. And I feel like it happens with mechanics sometimes, where like, it's just not like, it's not in their set of tools, or like like, they're not even accounting the jump anymore. She's only using the dash. And it's because like it's 2 mechanics were introduced to the player way too quickly, and they only remember one of them. It was also something similar that happened to me when I was playing what's their name? When I played freaking this game. When I played Solus's game, I didn't even remember that we had a double dash. A double jump, and it was because like there were too many mechanics shown to me at once, and I just completely ignored the mechanic. All right, let's see. I think how did she get across? Oh, nice. I feel like that might have been lucky, but maybe not, I don't know. She's also using. Is she using the mouse? Like, I can't even tell if she's using them. I think she's using. What are we watching? Oh, we were just talking about your game actually. Both arrow keys and WASD. Okay. So mouse in hand isn't free most of the time. Okay. It's also not understood. I mean, so when I like specifically designing this room, I was trying to teach that diagonal dashes are a thing. What are you talking about? So right now we're like considering so this is someone currently who's the person who's playing this game right now has like usually just never plays video games. So like there's certain things as a developer you can expect the player to already understand. For example, like certain objects that might not be interactable, or if like an object isn't an interactable object, like I mean, you can explore the idea of it being interactable, but like once you can't interact with it as a gamer, you're not going to try again, or you're not going to keep trying. Whereas like in this game or with this player, they sort of were kind of confused as to why it wasn't working. Like, hey, I'm in front of this object, why is nothing happening? And it's just like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I feel like maybe if I've never played video games before in the past, or like maybe I'm introduced to something completely new, I'm like, hey, why doesn't this work? Like, this works in real life. Why doesn't it work in the game? That's just one example. Another, but like, let's say we can apply the same things to like platformers, for example. So like, one thing that's like a pretty standard thing in at least in like a lot of precision platformers is that you want to, like, for instance, to get to this point here, let's say this was like maybe 2 tiles more to the right, you can still get across by jumping across and then dashing. And actually this might be the requirement here, that they have to jump and dash. But I'm sure for a while they're going to just keep trying the dash button because they've already forgotten that the jump button exists. And that's So yeah, I mean, you have to like. I don't want to say like you can say it's a mistake from the developer side if you want to account for players that have never played a precision platformer, or if you want to account for people who have never played video games in the past. How's it going, Pagorli? So for example, I mean, at this point, let's see, did they jump to get here, or did they just dash? Maybe they've never even used the jump button. Oh, they did use the jump button. They used the jump button to get across here, but and maybe they use it again here, hopefully. Let's see. So they're using the dash a bit here. And so now they might be thinking, maybe I can only use the dash. So yeah, they use the dash here, and then going forward, they only use the dash. So maybe what I should have done from the beginning, and this is why I mentioned your game, Solus, was because from the early stages, I remember having the ability to double jump, and I used it a decent amount in the beginning. But once I got towards like mechanics that required using the dash, I completely forgot that there was a double jump. And like something similar is happening here. So like to traverse to get through this entire area, I don't think you need a dash at all. You can just jump over, but the entire time they're going to keep trying to use the dash. So that's another thing. I mean, you can, as a developer, you might not even care for this. Like if someone is struggling with your game this much, it's more than likely it's more than likely that they probably won't continue playing the entire game. Because I know people who are, are familiar with platformers and they still find the game too difficult. So yeah, it might like sometimes you just have to, just take your chance. Like sometimes it could be worse for the experienced players to be all encompassing for people who. She said it was so difficult she felt like she was jumping in real life. Yeah. So you can try to make the game easier for players who have never played a video game, but then you'll make the experience worse for but I don't know if it's that true, because if someone who's really familiar with platform, for example, I actually thought Juho's game was like a really good combination of like expression. Like you can like the speedrunning aspect of it could allow for like a greater expression of skill, but the base game itself was like relatively easy. How's it going, Sock? Coding in React, learning, nice. So yeah. Oh, did they jump there? So yeah, what I can do, because I remember a lot of people. So another example of this, and this is why I designed this room originally, was that I noticed a lot of people, for example, on a controller, I think it's more common, or even on a keyboard, because it's unintuitive to press, up and right at the same time for people who don't play platformers on the keyboard. They only think right dash is the input, like, just without pressing any input, your dash takes you into the last direction that you were facing. So it's either right or left. And so they assume the dash only does right or left input, or they just get used to it for like, for the first couple of times that they press the button. And now they think, oh, this game works in the way that, we only do up and right dashes. Left and right dashes. So maybe now she's only going to, it seems like, oh, but she did an upright dash. So, she might have Tomer on the side also trying to help her. But we'll see. I tried not to interfere. Games that don't have large numbers of easy jumps are less than ideal to learn jumping from. Part of why people are happy to replay the start of a well-balanced retro game, even though it's content they repeated before. I didn't know. I'm not sure if there were more captions. Games that don't have large numbers of easy jumps are less ideal to learn jumping from. Part of why people are happy to replay the sort of a well-balanced retro game, even though it's content they've repeated before. Cool. Sorry, I just got here. I understand what you understand with playtesting stuff. It's difficult to make something that caters to everyone. Yeah, for sure. You have to figure out what the perfect balance is. But I will say with platformers, I mean, the only issue that you might have is repetitiveness, where like if you really want to teach someone, like I wouldn't go too far to teach someone who has never played video games before, but if you really want to like, maybe push it to like whatever the next standard deviation of like worse players are, I don't think that's a bad idea, because all it means is just making more rooms that teach the mechanic more subtly. So having a room that teaches diagonal dashes like 2 or 3 more times. Right now I think we only have 1 right here, but yeah, doing it a few more times is not a bad idea, because the game is so fast paced. If it was like, I don't know, one of the, like, let's say we had 4 of these rooms and the most recent checkpoint was right here, it would be a little bit more frustrating. But because the gameplay is supposed to be very quick, it's not too bad. It's just platforming now? Okay. Also, like, and there are other subtle things that people might not like know, like patience is a big thing, timing your jumps. Again, I've mentioned this a lot, and this is like the first. It would be nice if we can like separate people into like what categories they're in. So like there's people who have never played. So I don't know, like what, like let me think about this. There's obviously never played a video game. The thing that's interesting about like a game that's a platformer is that it's probably one of the more common games to play. So I was gonna say like, played Mario, but if you played Mario, I mean, it's obviously a different game, but like you'll understand the physics of like a side-scrolling platforming game, right? So it is. I feel like we're in this weird spot where like if you've actually had some experience with like, for example, I know my aunt. She doesn't play video games at all, but I know she has played Mario as a kid, and I know actually she was really good at Mario as a kid. So like I feel like she wouldn't struggle nearly as much, or like there were certain standards of a platformer game that she would already know, sort of like subconsciously. But we'll still put it here, or like I don't know, maybe we could put like I feel like this is like a valid category, at least for like me comparing myself to my parents, for example. They're I would say they're kind of like here, right? I would call them like old school casual players. I feel like is a valid like category of players. If you wanted to make this game ideal to learn how to play this game, you'd need to create parallel games for the people to play different experience. Parallel games for people of different experience levels to engage with at different times, pretty much remaking the whole game design, dimensional chaos. I think, but the thing is, I think you can still keep it in the intro because the game allows for speedrunning. It's not punishing. Like the more content I add to the game, it doesn't feel, at least for me, I don't know how other people feel about the game, but like it never feels like a drag for me. And I think it's because the player can traverse so quickly. So if you can like beat a level really quickly, it almost feels like you're good at the game, even if you're not. And I think that's something that's kind of nice. So yeah. Again, this is for a platformer. It depends on the type of game you're making. So like if you're making like, let's say, a fighting game, it's a little different. Or like, let me see, what's a good example of another? similar to Hotline Miami. Yeah, like Hotline Miami would be, it's like a really, it's sort of, it has a unique gameplay loop. And so like someone who is an old school casual player might like really suffer from that type of game, I feel, possibly. I don't know what's the next category here. Old school casual players, and then I would say like modern gamers. For us, it would be modern gamers who aren't in our niche. Getting a call. That's you? All right. So yeah, I think that's a good, like, a valid point. And I think my game is geared towards this, or like the minimum, my minimum, you're not a platformer, right? And it's like, I feel like my game is geared towards teaching people, or like, yeah, this is the minimum, this is how I design my rooms, is like, all right, you have some, modern gaming experience, but you just don't know like the standards of game dev. For example, so like, the standards of a platformer. So for example, like the biggest thing, at least from what I've experienced with people who don't know platforming, like maximizing their distance from going into the jump state. Like let's say, the end goal, let's say this white line is the end goal and they start over here. They have to like, by default, they might like just dash across and think that their dash is enough. But the requirement is that they go into the jump state, and then they go into the dash state. Or the fact that diagonal dashes take you a further distance compared to a horizontal dash. And so a lot of my levels are designed around teaching like what this, like how the player can subconsciously learn this, and not necessarily like, hey, you need to remember that the jump button exists. I feel like a modern gamer would already know, hey, the jump button exists and the dash button exists. Whereas, yeah, someone who's never played a video game, actually, old school, again, it's a little weird for me to say this, because like a old school casual player, it's usually they have played some sort of platformer, I feel, but it's also, I don't know, we are kind of generalizing this group. By the way, if you look at original Metroidvanias, the way they deal with extra gameplay dimensions is by making their levels very empty at first and filling up the extra dimensions on the second development passes. Sorry to dump so much text. No, you're good. And I actually agree. I think that's how you should do it. I mean, again, it's like, it's kind of repetitive to make, like, basically, let's say we wanted to make a room like this. So if we wanted to introduce this level to someone who is in one or two of these one of these categories, the way you would teach that is like not require the dash at all, but instead and I think we're going to do this where we actually remove the dash from the early part of the game, at least for now. So that they know that there are different types of jumps or different things that you can do with the jumps. And what we can do instead is just put a platform right here. And then that way they know, hey, you have to jump across. And we keep doing that. We just literally just have a level where all you're doing is jumping. And like having 2 or 3 of these rooms might not even be a bad idea. So yeah, they do this for a couple of times. Maybe we even introduce another room where they do a wall jump instead, or like a diagonal, and that's what we did in the earlier part of, and like, right here, for example, that's what they're sort of forced to learn. But because we introduced the dash button, at the same time, it was just, a huge, I mean, it's only 2 mechanics, but again, for someone who has never played a video game, it can be an overwhelming amount of information. How's it going, Sticks? But yeah, let's finish the video. I am curious what the other 2 categories are, or I mean, modern gamers who aren't in our niche, and then I think there's like hardcore gamers, hardcore platformers, I would say. And then and I feel like there might be something in between this. Maybe like the pre-hardcore players. I have to get used to the fact that they use layers now on Paint. Was tired all day, now fit and awake. Nice. I slept all day as well, actually. We streamed super late last night, and then I think I went to sleep at like 9 or 10 a.m. I woke up at like 3 and I was like, all right, I'm ready, and then I just knocked out again. Paint has layers now? Yeah. Reason why the audiobook version of Why We Sleep is so long. Sleep is great. That's the one thing I do. I feel bad about it every time. I don't know. Like, I'll sleep for a long time, and like my awake self, or like the part of me that wants to be super active wants to wake up, but then the other part of me is like, hey, like, this is good for you, you know? So I regret it after I wake up. I regret it usually after I wake up. I'm like, damn, it's already, like, today I woke up at 5 p.m. I was like, oh, it's already 5 p.m. But on the inside, it's like, but yeah, you got that good sleep, you know? Or when you sleep for 40 minutes more with those intense... Yeah, exactly. So I think there's like... I don't know what to call it, but there's the... okay, never played a video game, old school casual gamers, modern gamers that who aren't in our niche, and then I would say like almost like the pre-hardcore gamers. I don't know what to call it, but like pre-hardcore, we'll call it. Or maybe just people who are into the niche. I think that would be it. Obviously, hardcore gamers are into the niche. Or, I mean, the thing is, some hardcore gamers are they're just, you know, that's what they are. They're hardcore game. Like, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, for example, Hellraiser, I feel like is a perfect example of someone who's a hardcore hardcore, honestly, not even hardcore platformer, hardcore gamer is probably a better word for it. Hardcore gamer. And everything fits in there. Yeah, I think that's that would be all of the categories. And so right now I feel like whenever I design rooms, it's mainly for this group and later. But it isn't a bad idea to introduce some minor things if we want to like just get old school casual gamers like into, you know, back into the groove, especially because it is a platformer. It might, and it's a platformer that's pixel art, so it might be appealing to a few amount of people. Yeah, let's finish the video. How's it going, P Vader? Nice demo, by the way. I was testing your game on the Steam Deck now. Oh, nice. Oh, this is another thing that's pretty funny. A lot of people, like, for example, that area right there, they dash over here, and they don't know, like they've used their dash, and it's not understood. It's not understood that they have already used their dash. Like it's a standard in Celeste, but I guess it's not really fully known. I feel like typically I feel like people who are into the niche understand this, but even modern gamers don't really understand that like dashes work. Have you noticed she did a high jump glitch thing? If you can tell me the exact timestamp, here I'll play it on 2.5 speed. I didn't notice a glitch. If you're talking about the jump on the ceiling, when they hit the ceiling, but right there. Stream delay. Yeah, tell me the timestamp if you could. Currently at 24:03. I think before they climb up. All right, so I'm at 23:43. You already fixed that. Oh, the high jump with like right. I didn't notice it, but okay. I didn't notice it, but they did the same bug that I think Hugo was the one who mentioned it. Oh, right there. I saw it. It's because I'm playing it at 2 speed. I'm like slow. Right there. Or no. I just realized, is she playing it on easy? Yeah, okay. I can't even imagine if she was playing it on normal. It would be nearly impossible. How did you implement what is the change? So I actually removed it because I think it's a bad idea. I thought it was a good idea at first, and you know the thing is, like, there were people who were better at the game because I made it slower. What I'm thinking of doing instead is like just adding an assist mode. So what I did was I just increased the delta time, so that the game was 20% slower. I think there were some calculations that I was doing with Delta though that was messing it up, and it was like I think I fixed most of it. Like for example in this version, I think most of it was fixed, but like I think there might have still been an issue. I don't remember, but I've removed it since then, or I've removed it now. I think you can beat the whole game. But for example, I remember playing it on easy for chapter 4, and I think there was like an issue with it. But it might have been something that I'm doing specifically in chapter 4 that was messing with it. You can do it that way, but it's the same reason why I removed nightmare mode. I used to have a nightmare mode as well, which increased the game's difficulty by 20%. But it like messes with your like, let's say you get really into the game, it's gonna mess with your muscle memory, because like for example in chapter 4 you have 0.5 seconds to react, and on easy mode you would have 0.7 or 0.65 seconds to react, and it's like your muscle memory would mess you up, and then you'd be like, hey, why the hell is this happening now? And it's like you might not make the connection that the times are different on the different modes. So I decided, hey, let me just remove all of that. Instead we're going to do an assist mode, which will what I'm thinking is like, it might do the same thing though. Like what I was thinking is we can increase, we could add a slow-mo to transitional states. Like, for example, if you hold the dash button, it would like let you decide where you want to go, and I think that's actually what they do in Celeste. Something of doing something similar. But yeah, I'd rather create like just leave a standard. I was also thinking of doing a New Game Plus, but the thing is, like with a New Game Plus, it would just be more content, and that it would just be more work for me as the developer. And I think what you can do instead is just make a base game relatively easy, and then make a difficult game with like secrets and, you know, adding a competitive aspect to the game rather than changing any actual difficulty in the levels, or just adding secrets, like for example, you know, Celeste farewell, or like Core of the Mountains, stuff like that. Where there's just extra content for people who want a more difficult game. But you make it linear rather than like, oh, you can restart the game and here's extra content. Even though that kind of is what Celeste does, with like you have to like, you know, restart the game, collect a bunch of stuff, and then you can continue onwards. But honestly, I think it's a fairly like, I don't know if people dislike that, but I thought it was a fairly decent approach. All right, I haven't been analyzing what they're actually doing here or what they're struggling with. They seem to be getting the first part well, and then the time pressure of trying to get across here is what's making it difficult for them. They have no chill, right? So it's like, okay. I've also noticed a lot, this is why we have those types of jumps in the game. A lot of games, what they do, for example, I was playing Chuho's game, where like if you jump into the ceiling, it like messes with your gravity. What he did was he actually added an animation to it, which was pretty good, because then it indicates to the player like, hey, you know, it sort of kind of indicates to the player, if they have a few brain cells, that hey, like, you know, you shouldn't be doing this. But like what I think is also really beneficial is just like, if you don't want players to hit the ceiling, just put spikes. Don't include it in the level design because it just feels bad, in my opinion. It's like the worst feeling in the world, and like I don't know why, but people can't figure it out for some reason. So what I did was, like, if you hit a ceiling, gravity still, or like the velocity of your jump just stays. That's just my solution. I don't think it's the best solution, but also because the character is a ghost, it helps. Like, I can, you know, make logic out of it. I'd be like, oh yeah, you're just a ghost. You're just floating around. Like, it just makes sense. But for example, if you're playing like if you have like a humanoid or like any sort of, you know, physical character in your game, maybe hitting the ceiling wouldn't make sense, or like that type of jump wouldn't make sense. But yeah. One thing I missed in your demo, it's a bit silly. I'm familiar with using the B button to go back from the menu. Oh, yeah. I'll make some of those changes. I'll have to figure out, like, do I want to set a standard for UI? So, like there will be a standard of input for UI, but then you can't, you know what I mean? Because, like, right now I'm using, like, for example, if you press the escape key is, like, bound to, like, what am I trying to say? Like, I mean, we could make it so that the B button is always back in the UI, but what if someone, like, you know, one thing that I found annoying in Celeste is that, like, you have to press C to continue. Like, why is enter not continue? And the reason why they did that was because, like, C is usually like the jump button, or it's like assigned to the A button, and so, like, it kind of makes sense. I'm not sure what to do there. If I really wanted to, maybe we should make, like, also UI key bindings. Are we talking about keyboard or controller? P-Vader is talking about controller. If I had to guess, B for back would be, B for back on a keyboard would kind of be weird. Or just isn't the standard. Yeah, the time pressure here. Steam Deck, right? What is it now? Oh, it's the what was the shit actually? This was too. Yeah, she just ended it there. Well, tell her I said thank you. I really appreciate. Like, as much. I don't know if she felt like, oh, she did terribly, but this actually helped a lot for me to see. So yeah. Playing Stardew Valley makes me want to make a top-down game, not gonna lie. That's how I felt with playing any I don't know, whenever I play a new game I'm like, oh yeah, I would love to. I played this game with my friends recently. It's called Heavenly Bodies, and it's like it's a co-op game. It's a lot of fun actually. And it's like, have you ever played Surgeon Simulator? It's kind of like Surgeon Simulator, where like the controls are very jank. And you're an astronaut, and you have to like, fix whatever problem is currently occurring on your spaceship or something. And I loved the gameplay loop. Makes me want to make a space game, but we already I have so many ideas. Every time I play a new game, I'm like, oh yeah, I'd love to make that game. But yeah, sounds like a LA up and upcoming fashion model simulator. Heavenly Bodies. It is a funny name. I think they actually had a recent DLC come out, which I'll probably play. But yeah, so. Yeah, this is our usual standard, but I think pushing it... I don't think I'm going to be concerned too much with people who have never played a video game. But old school casual gamers, like for example, someone who I would say is more old school is Art Berklaus. And he, honestly, I think he did well during my game, but the thing is, he is someone who, like, as a game developer, you're gonna get usually you get a lot of game developers who play your game, and so they give your game the light of day, but it's usually not in their, they're not people who are into the niche, and I think that's the issue with with getting feedback from game developers, is that they're gonna continue trying to play your game even if they don't like it. But if you're trying to release something, commercially, it becomes it might give you this illusion that like, hey, your game is actually, it might give you the illusion that your game is better than it actually is. And I felt like, for example, Art, he definitely wasn't into the game, but he tried his best. But if I could figure out better ways for that type of gamer to enjoy the game by just making it easier in the beginning, and like sort of, I keep saying the word like spoon feeding them. You kind of are spoon feeding them until they can sort of like almost like fly on their own, and understand the game more, without making the game too repetitive. So yeah, for this you want to just spoon feed in the early game. Is spooning people. I'm waiting. How's it going, Desired? It's been a minute. But it's funny because like I know some people don't like, or I've heard people don't like platformers because they think it's very repetitive. Honestly, like I don't think that's an issue. If you think it's repetitive, it's just not your cup of tea. Because personally, I mean, that's what a gameplay loop is. Like, you're supposed to have a clearly defined gameplay loop. So repetitiveness is not the issue. Like, I mean, you're bound to a 2D game that has, gravity and all that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, that's just the way it is. don't worry about being repetitive in your game. In fact, I think it is better to have repeating types of rooms, like different like reiterations of the same mechanic being explained. I think is a good idea. You need 1 billion channel points for spooning for the spooning stream. That's a lot. I don't even know. I don't think it's even possible. Need to go to work tomorrow morning, so it's about time to sleep. All right, Tomer, I'll see you. Thank you again for the video. It was very insightful. All right, so we're gonna do level. Even though we gained a lot of useful information from watching that video, that's not gonna stop us from making a very difficult room right now. This is actually one of the more difficult rooms that we're working on. Oh, whoops. Let me go into start, level select 5. So this is a secret room. So this one's more difficult than our typical rooms. But yeah, again, that's because it's a secret room. And that's the one thing that you can do. Like, let's say you want to make these types of rooms in your game. You should just make it so that you're not punishing people who are bad at these games, but you're just rewarding people who are good at them. That's another thing I remember seeing in the I've been lurking. All right, thanks. Oh, that's good. Good that you're all right. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like another thing you want to do in general is like you never want to punish players for being bad. You want to just reward players for being good. Also, you can see we don't have hitboxes yet. No hitboxes on the spikes because these, honestly, these spikes are kind of whack looking at the moment. Maybe we'll try to update. Oh my god, now I'm playing terribly. I keep doing. Here, wait. It's okay. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Minus me being bad. Also, wait, how the hell are we supposed to get that collectible? We want to make sure. I don't know if I'm going to do it this way. I think this room is kind of lacking something, but specifically for this mechanic, we have to make sure we kind of make the rooms more narrow so that they know exactly where to go, so that they don't think, oh, I can do an up dash or I can do a right dash. Kind of make it narrow like this. Just popping in to say hi. Good night, everyone. Have a lovely stream. All right, Inav, I'll see you. Peace. Have a good one. Mordu, how's it going? Boom, 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 boom. All right, so yeah, we'll update the spikes later today, probably after this. Let's keep designing. We want to do at least 2 rooms per day. That was the goal, and we skipped yesterday, or like the yesterday stream around this time because we were doing playtests. But yeah, here's our first secret, and then let's go into just designing the base game, which is going to be, honestly, we might make it just as challenging as this one. We'll see. So yeah, let's go into, what room are we on? We're on 262. Boom, 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 boom. 263. Oh, we didn't rename this room. So this is supposed to be 262. Fortunately, that was the next room that we made, so like it automatically got renamed to 262, but the room name here was 261. All right, so in room 263, the entrance is gonna be on the left. You know, low-key, so we can get like a little bit more creative with these rooms, I'm going to do a horizontal room. Or wait. Let me see. How much space do we have? Okay, we'll do one. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do a left. We're gonna do a horizontal left room. Like a horizontally growing left room. And then we'll do a vertical room, and then we'll have it go to the right again. Let's see what we can do. So far, all of the rooms in this game, all of the rooms in this chapter have been vertical, because it's supposed to be some sort of tower, or we're like, yeah, that's what we made it into. But turning it into like, I mean, this could be like a bridge connected to the tower, and it's also like, you know, a mystical, you know, wizard tower. So, you know, anything is possible. It's like Doctor Strange's lair. In the multiverse or whatever. So, we do want it to be bound. So usually what I do, I've said this before, but we usually keep it bound to one axis. So like that's like it won't grow on the. It might be okay for this type of room, but I think I'm gonna try to stick to, if we can, I'm gonna try to stick to an x-axis. Stick to the x-axis. Our minimum size is usually 180. So we start on at the origin. We're just gonna make it grow up to this. What's interesting is that 180 isn't divisible by 8. So we always have like, our tile is always like, there's always 4 extra pixels in the design, but we have that, I think we have that accounted for in our camera. So it's not a big deal. How's it going, Mikuemi? Thank you for the follow. Did the follow alert get bigger? It might have. I might have actually accidentally expanded something earlier. Let me see. Stream elements, browser. It might have gotten slightly bigger. Something is stretched out here. Here. Control R. Oh wait. I don't know what this is. Let me see. I have like stuff called like test, or I have it called, oh, this is our, okay, this is the chat. What is this? No idea what this browser is. Body background, blurb and browser. All right, I've reset everything. The next time we get a follow, we'll see what happens. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, also my camera is, forgot, our camera is like all the way on the top right. Here, let's bring us back down. Boom, 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 boom. Where the hell? Oh, there we go. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so this is our full screen size of a room, but yeah, we're gonna, honestly, we're not really bound to anything. We can make it as large as we want. So I'll just set this as the room for now, and we'll see what we can come up with. I'm thinking we'll have a bunch of flight orbs. Where the hell are they? Do we have any? Yeah, we do. Originally what I did with these flight, if you guys remember, we had these flight orbs, like they were super large at some point. Now they're 8 tiles. Actually, I think they bring us 10 tiles in total, but the it's usually designed around 8 tiles of distance on the y-axis. But now they fit into these rooms, which is kind of nice. The only issue is that like we can't put a flight orb, for example, over here. They have to be kind of low. That's the only problem. But I think we can make it work. So like we'll have these spikes on the bottom. In fact, you know what we could do? We could also just get rid of these bottom tiles altogether. And set this as the bottom. Now we can like kind of maximize our tiles here. So like this could technically go lower if we wanted to. In fact, actually, I kind of like that. We're gonna start with maybe a forced dash orb somewhere. We'll start here. You grab this. Maybe we do a horizontal. The distance right here would take us down here. So we'd do something like that. How do portals work? In terms of code or like in terms of mechanics? In terms of code, all it is these two portals are like, let's say we have an export value called connected teleporter node. So I assign, for example, let's see, I think these two are connected. So all I do, the code is, honestly, it could probably be refactored a bit. But in a nutshell, all we do is we have a connected node. So we say, oh, this one is referencing this one. On the ready function, we check. So when this is referencing it, in our code, we just say, oh, we're a pair, basically. Check connected portal, and then we set each other as our connected portal. And then when the player gets activated, or when it, I assume, actually, so yeah, this is actually one of the older scripts where we don't even have an activate function, but basically what it does on the player script, usually that's where we handle it, because the teleport actually has its own state. The teleport portal checks if we dashed into it, and then we just say teleport play. Oh, we tell it to teleport player, which is this right here. So we tell it, we reset the player's motion. I'm sure we set the player's global position somewhere. I think we have a reference to it on the player. The player just sets, its global position to whatever object they collided with. So like if they collided with this portal, they'll say, oh, set my global position equal to, my partner's global position. That's all it is in a nutshell. If you have anything specifically that you want to know, I can help out with that too. We can even use the portal here, like maybe something like that. I do want to with all of our objects though, I do want to refactor how they're handled, just because if I add, I never anticipated to have this many objects in the game, when I first made the game. So some of it is like, there's just a decent amount of spaghetti code that we would have to fix. It all works, and I think I'll probably keep, for the base game, it'll probably stay the same, because I don't plan on adding any more mechanics. But if we add, let's say DLC, before I add DLC, I'll probably refactor a lot of this stuff. In fact, I'm thinking we might even have a better way to make portals. We could do something where, honestly, having the nodes makes our life super easy though. I was gonna say we can even have a line 2D just drawn, or like a path 2D. Line 2D? Yeah, a line 2D just drawn from one point to another and be like, hey, this is a new portal. These two endpoints are a portal. Would make our life kind of easy. Alright, so the entrance to this spike or to this this dash orb is a little weird. Also, what do we want to do here? We were doing a dash into this object. We might want to bring this lower, actually, and make it a downwards dash here. So something like that. And maybe bring this down a bit, too. Did we already throw? I think we did already throw it in. Oh no, we didn't. Oh, we did, but it's like not even attached. All right, there we go. Oh, this parallax looks kind of cool too. We've only seen it going vertically, but sideways it also looks pretty cool. All right, so that's how we start off. Maybe we can, let's see. I'm also not going to shy away from making these rooms a little bit more difficult now. Let's see what we can do. I could put a platform here too. Let's see. We hit this. At this point, we have to go here. The thing is, once we're already at this point, there's like not much, like, because we're like the only place we can go is down. But we're working with gravity at that point, so like it's not as cool unless we make it like, unless we decide, hey, we want to give the player a break at this point. So it's like, oh, you dash forward, and then maybe you want to preserve your dash to hit yet another flight orb, or maybe we hit another force dash. So we can do something like that. So the distance that you could, but because you have gravity in all this space, you could basically reach like up to here or something. You do something like this. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, you can use your dash if we want to, like, you know, give the player kind of a break, and that's what we did with the other room. Giving breaks, honestly, we might do more of that. I don't think it's a bad idea. Especially for these, like, longer rooms. So what can we do here? We can either force them to do a horizontal dash, another horizontal dash. No. We're going to do a vertical, because you might need to dash to get to this spot. What we could actually do, if we wanted to be very clever here, is actually force the player to do an upright dash to get to this point. It might be a little too demanding here. Maybe we could do something like this. bring it closer. So we basically want to force them to dash once they hit. I guess do an up. Oh no, I feel like that's too. We'll save it for a secret instead. We'll just make them do a horizontal dash. So I'll put. I'll leave it the way it was. Like that. All right. All right, so they dash horizontally, then a diagonal, and then from the diagonal, they have one more dash. They can keep moving to the left, and we can put another portal. We can put a flight orb. Honestly, we can even use other mechanics. I haven't used any other mechanics besides the portal, the force dash, regular dash. There are no springs yet, and the springs are actually kind of nice on horizontal rooms. So maybe we should do that. Horizontal to vertical to a spring. And then from the spring, I mean, we can do really anything. Maybe make it. We could make it so that this is an introduction to like difficult rooms. This area is already pretty challenging, this beginning area, but for the rest of it, we can make it kind of easy. Like this is the challenge, and then for the rest of it, you can kind of relax. And then as we get to the next levels, we'll start making it more challenging. All right, so usually the distance you get from here is this. So we have anything we can do here. We could do a downwards dash, which usually is not that exciting. Or, I mean, we can have them maximize their distance. I mean, this is the arch usually here that they have. So they could even drop all the way down here yet again with their dash. I wonder if we should add we could add another collectible. Honestly, I'm gonna try to add a collectible somewhere here. So they come here. They could either dash through a collectible here or a portal here, which would be, here, let's grab this. We are running out of space though. Might be a little demand, unless we could also put it in its own little section here. Like we could do that. Put a collectible right here. What the hell? Oh, we already had it. Oh, shit. What did I do? I put the collectibles script on our objects. We usually don't have scripts on our objects, right? Okay, yeah. I always do that. I always accidentally put a script on an object and like I don't know what happened. So we can make it so that the player hits this collectible and then they have to dash back into this portal. If they hit this, so there are actually no portals here, or I should make something to draw arcs. But yeah, we know we reach this point. I think the player can reach. Basically, we want to make sure that they can, whatever they do from here, so they have their dash from this point. We include in the designs. Also, we don't have that much space. from this because we're putting a collectible in this little subset. Yeah, actually, let's see if it works first. Here, I'm gonna put this right here as a placeholder to see if that's possible. Oh, they could also just hit this and then dash back. Unless we block it like this. Like they have to fall down. They have to either dash up right or dash to the right. Up left or dash to the right. I'm gonna replace the spikes with something that actually kills us because I'll have this illusion that maybe like the levels are too easy. We're gonna replace it eventually with better looking tiles, but for now I'm just gonna leave it as these red tiles. Red means danger. See, already we die right here. Okay. So we can either dash into this portal and then come back and then dash into this, but I also want to make sure that we can, let's say someone doesn't want to go for the collectible. Let's see what that looks like if we're better. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the frick? Are we expecting... Oh, we have to do... No, we are doing an upright dash. There's no way I'm not doing an upright dash. An up dash, I mean. Abakut, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. Okay, and then we die there. Okay, see, this is why we had to make it... We should even try this out with the collectible area. Let me see, maybe... In this area... We have to be conservative with where we put our spikes. We can drop this down. We do have extra space. Let me see. We barely have any extra space, but we could work this out. I could throw basically everything over here down one tile. Yeah, let's do one tile. And then trying to learn the asset lib projects. I am not happy. What are the challenges with it? Alright, I mean, this should be better. I don't know if I like this, though. We'll see. Also, we're doing 2 left dashes. I don't really like to dash in the same direction twice. But whatever. It's not that bad, actually. Oh, I did the same thing. I wanted to... Let's try that one more time. So let's say we ignored it, and then we just do that. Okay. What we also want to do is the distance that we're getting from this dash. It seems like we have way more distance that we're achieving here. I mean, we do have extra distance, more distance from this. And this one's always going to be inconsistent if we're using an arc. We could push this Because we actually have 2 extra. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there's no gravity applied on the player. So if they're holding the left input, we could actually throw this right here. And if they're holding left input here as well, they also have extra. They're also allowed to have extra movement. Let me see. Try this one more time. Oh, and W keying it does hurt. So we can't W key it. You can do that. Also, you can almost reach that point right there without the flight orb. Honestly, it's pretty good. I usually like to make the player like I like to give them a maximum distance of 6 tiles, or like the dash requirement 6 tiles, but it's I don't see the player not pressing the left arrow key right there. Like there's no way you're not pressing the left arrow key when you dash. And this just looks cleaner. From 0 to 100 EXP in Godot, my score is 3. What about you? Struggling on my game dev journey. Sorry, I missed your message. I mean, struggling with your game dev journey, I feel like is honestly, it's better than it going like flawlessly, in my opinion, because you're learning more if you're struggling with it, in my opinion. And it's also like, if everyone was if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and that's sort of what makes it feel good. Is that, once you accomplish something, it's like, wow, I worked hard, to get this working. So yeah. Embrace the struggle of making the games. It'll all be worth it. Pinson _. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and we can see our which one is, oh shit, which one is it? Is it this one? Oh, why do we have 2? We have like 2 notifications there. I think I have, oh yeah, I do have 2. Here, let me remove one. And let me also rename this to follow alert. And we'll name this our chat. There we go. How's your journey going? What level are you working on? 5th? 6th? This is the final level. 6. Chapter 6. Which room is this? This is room 263. I think might be more appropriate. And once this is finished, you'll be looking at releasing it. So once this is finished, there's still some bunch of updates that still need to be made. Like a lot of polishing will have to be done afterwards. The base game, so you see we have 263 rooms. I'm hoping by the base game we're gonna have 400 rooms, at least. Game devs don't release finished games anymore. True. Game devs don't release games. How much does it take you to complete one room provided you already have 260? Really depends. I would say it takes me like depends on how much work I put into a room. It could range anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour per room. Or more. The thing is, a lot of rooms are more like, usually my standard room is one screen size, but as you can see, this is more than one screen size. So while we have more rooms in the game, like while I want 400 rooms, it'll feel like more rooms in like at the end of the game, especially when we have like more checkpoints in between. So even though we have like, for example, this room, let me see. For example, this room right here, it has a checkpoint right here, which can make you think like, oh, it's kind of like two rooms because if you die, usually if you die, you get sent to the beginning of a room, but in this one, if you die, you get sent in the middle of a room, and you can still traverse backwards into the other room or go into another. You can technically go into another route right here. So while there are more rooms, they like my base requirement is to have 400 rooms, but they honestly are more than 400 rooms. Especially in later games where like these rooms are actually really large, or much larger than our base rooms. How many hours have you put into this game? Honestly, it's hard for me to say. I don't exactly know. I want to say around 3,000 hours, but I don't exactly know. I started streaming on Twitch. We can kind of figure it out, but I only started streaming on Twitch like within last year. So I mean, if we look at my Twitch, usually on average per month, we can look at how many. Let's see. But the thing is, I've been spending way more time on the project recently compared to when I first started working on the game. How do we see this? Analytics. So last month, or like last 30 days, have been 177 hours. Plus, let's see, the month before, plus 155. Plus, it doesn't really represent, like, because sometimes I do work off stream as well, and sometimes we also don't work on stream. Sometimes we're just chilling, you know, or playtesting games. But I think it's a good representation. So, damn, 2 months ago we spent 272 hours. That's kind of crazy. Plus 187. Honestly, I think I worked more than 3,000 hours. But honestly, yeah, again, I started putting way more hours recently. 119. 122. So we're already hitting 1,000. Plus 119 again. Let me just make sure. Oh no, plus 122, plus 119. Plus 62. All right, so since March, so 6 months ago, we've put 1,213 hours. But yeah, if we look at like here, so that was March. What was that? 62 hours. So in March, we had 62 hours. Like, I think that in March was when I started putting way more. No. Yeah, like around March was when I started putting way more hours into the game. Before that, then, okay, like we see 92 hours, 108 hours, 40 hours, 54 hours, 55. Like, it's a lot less than what we, 24 hours in July. So you can see I wasn't working on the game too often, like 40 hours per month. It wasn't until, I guess this was the pivoting moment in January? Okay, yeah, I'll say January. It was last month where we started putting way more hours into the game. So in the last year, we started, I included 62, right? So 62 plus 92 plus 108. And then from December 4th, okay, yeah, we this year alone has been around 1,400 hours. We're not done with the year yet. But then before that, I wasn't spending that much. Honestly, yeah, this year I spent way more hours on the game. So I would say maybe like at least we're almost hitting our one. We hit our I think we are about to hit 1 year, or sorry, 3 years. Honestly, the 2 years before that I was working a fraction of this. So like, yeah, maybe like 2.5 thousand in total, or maybe not sure actually. 2,000 would be a conservative amount, I would say. 2,000. So absolute dedication. Yeah, I mean, I'm really into it. It's dedication, but it's also like I do enjoy it. I don't want to give it like this like, oh yeah, I'm like, you know, grinding hard at the game because I mean, I am grinding hard on it, but it's because I like the game, you know, I like what I'm doing. So I think if you enjoy it, it doesn't feel like, it doesn't feel like work to me. It's enjoyable. At this stage too, I think in the earlier stages it might have felt a little bit more like work because like there's so much you have to implement, and it's also stressful if you don't know what you're doing. Or like, especially like the programming aspect, relatively like you can always figure out a solution, but when it comes to game design and like figuring out like, hey, what works well for a video game, it's hard to figure that out because this is my first commercial project. I've done, game jams and stuff, but yeah, never a commercial game. All right. Feels okay, man. The reason my what was the question? How much time do you think okay, the original question was how much time does it take you to complete one? Oh, you already asked that. Sorry, I mean the player playing. Oh. It really depends. As a speedrunner, it could take. Okay, so for example, if we look at chapter 1, the easiest chapter. Chapter, or we call it world demo actually. As a speedrunner, it takes like, if you're beating here, we can even try it out actually. Let's do that. I want to say like 2 minutes on average, or no, like maybe 2.5 minutes, so 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If you're a speedrunner, if you are fairly, like, if you're new to the game altogether, that's a different story. Because it will take it could take hours. The reason I'm asking is it's good to find a balance. If it takes too many rooms to finish the game, the player might get frustrated. You want to be able to finish the game at some point. A lot of games are never finished. I don't think that's going to be a problem with this game because the game is not like procedurally generated. So it's not like there's infinite content and all the content is unique. So every time you beat a room, honestly, the amount of work that I put into each room is way more, like, for the amount of time that I spend on a room, there's less return on it most of the time, unless I make a super challenging room that like some players can't beat. But for example, even this room, okay, it takes me what, like 5 seconds to beat this room, but it took me. You'd be surprised that I probably spent like 30 minutes on that room, especially on the earlier rooms, because it's like you have to figure out like what is the perfect mechanic, or like the perfect collection of mechanics that you want to teach the player. Or like introducing different, like for example, this room allows for speedrunning. I'm not speedrunning it right now, but this room allows for certain speedrunning strats, and I try to include that in the level design. So even though like I don't think there's going to be a player that is decent at the game that's going to be frustrated with the amount of content in the game. The base game in total is going to have maybe if you're like an average modern like gamer, it should take around like 5 hours to beat on average. We'll have some analytics to go with that pretty soon. That's what I have this debugger for. Oh shit. So yeah, we're 1 minute and 37 seconds in, but I've spent way more time building these rooms. But yeah, if you're not a speedrunner, it'd probably take you like maybe 20 minutes to beat this room. But I've spent like at least there have been definitely reiterations, a bunch of reiterations of these rooms. The most out of every chapter, it's been chapter 1 that gets the most reiterations, because it's like, it's the beginning chapter. It needs to be perfect. It needs to basically account for all player types. And so I want to say I've put definitely at least like 200 hours into the first room, into like just the design alone. But yeah, so how much time have we spent? We spent 2 minutes and 20 seconds speedrunning that first room. Yeah. Do you program the physics of your game based on your high school / college knowledge? Physics as in like physics from like game physics? No, for game physics, you kind of just learn on your, you kind of learn what feels good. It's usually from like YouTube videos that you find, game physics. Yeah, how's it going, Jack? Welcome back. In terms of like physics of the, like, or even like if you're talking about physics as in like colliding with two objects, like collision boxes, a lot of that stuff is already done for you in the engine. As for like the physics, the thing with physics in video games is that you don't usually realistic physics are not nearly as fun as like fake physics. So there's a lot of fake physics in the game, but fake physics that almost feels like real physics. You gotta manipulate vectors. Yeah. But honestly, like even though you do learn a decent amount of stuff, like vectors in school, honestly, it wasn't applicable until like I had to, I guess maybe subconsciously I might have learned some stuff, but or like subconsciously I might have remembered stuff from school, but a lot of it was from YouTube, or like, someone on YouTube was like, hey, you need to, for a diagonal input, you need to make sure that you're normalizing the vector or something like that. And it's like, yeah, maybe I could have figured that out, or like, obviously that's something super basic, but like, what stuck out the most is like, when I'm applying this to my game, and then, when I'm studying my game and I realize, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Let's apply that. I think the thing that like applied the most to at least game development, again, it's because I'm also using an engine. So a lot of like, let's say like linear algebra, I don't really need to know any of it because all of that stuff is already accounted for in the engine. So it's not like even though it's like useful, I would say I've never applied any of it to my game because I don't need to. Honestly, the most useful math for me, like that, like brought knowledge, or like for me to figure out things without me having to Google anything, was surprisingly like is it trigonometry? That includes a lot of like sine, cosine, stuff like that, but also some geometry of like angles and converting vectors to angles and stuff like that. That helped a decent amount. Like, you know, my previous knowledge on that kind of stuff. But it also depends on the type of game you're making. Because there are a lot of angles in this game, that's why it was applicable. But I don't think that would have been impossible to learn. Like, let's say you suck at math. I wouldn't say that's impossible to learn. You know, mid working on your. So like, let's say you didn't do well in school for math. There are already so many resources out there. I mean, you can even look it up on like certain functions. A lot, like if I do have any physics related questions, I actually just post it on ChatGPT and be like, hey, like how do I, like, you know, I give it like a math question, like, you know, two trains are going in opposite directions or something, and like, you know, use some sort of analogy like that to like help myself get the answer, and then just convert that to code. But yeah, that's just my experience with it. Again, my game is relatively simple compared to, you know, the physics that you might have in a 3D platformer, or maybe physics-based game. I mean, a physics-based game are also relatively easy to make because all of these functions already exist, and some people have already written tons of programs that you know, simulate, you know, real life physics. But sometimes you want to emulate, like, sometimes you want to make a fake version of that, right? Like sometimes real physics doesn't feel good. For example, trying to think something that happens in my game. Like, for example, you know, there's like air friction in real life. I have air friction on the x-axis, but I have no air friction on the y-axis. And it's just because it feels better that way. Or it would like make too many calculations. It would make some calculations more difficult. So I just don't have it in the game. But there is air friction, or there is some sort of friction that occurs on the player, you know, when they're on the ground versus when they're in the air. But it only manipulates the x-axis, whereas in real life it probably, you know, more than likely will affect both. Or like the terminal. I mean, the thing is, we're a ghost, right? So like physics doesn't really apply to us in the same way that it would apply to a humanoid, for example. All right, let's try to figure out how we want to finish this room. Boom, 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 boom. And if I missed anyone's question, also welcome back, Yuki Duki. You're back from where? So we dash here. Actually, I don't know. So we do this dash. We can reset the player at this point if we wanted to. Boom, 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 boom. Could also give them a break at this point. Yeah, we could end the room here. There is a collectible. Now let's do something else. Let's figure out. We can do. They dash into this. They could dash into this orb again. Here, let's do this. We'll make it a little challenging because they did have this little break here. So they dash into this. They go here. They hit this orb. They have to dash down. Wow. So boom, boom. The only issue though is, okay, wait. Yeah, we'll make them do a horizontal dash. Or we can make them do a... Yeah, we'll make them do a horizontal dash. Downwards dash into a horizontal into a... You know, into another... Should I do into another spring? And then we can call it there for them. So we could do it like that. So yeah, while I think programming the game, I think they all like it's all a part of the same. It's all a part of game development because every time I make adjustments to the game, in terms of like how mechanics work, I have to completely redesign how the rooms work as well. I would say that's the most... it's kind of annoying, but I mean, you do learn a lot from it. Alright, I think this is pretty good. They might be able to... Here, let's block out this. Is my night mode on? It feels like it is. It is. Oh shit. I messed up there. Oh, but this actually feels pretty good. Oh my god. Yeah, let me turn off debug. It's distracting. Alright, this part is a little challenging. Oh shit. Thing with a lot of these orbs that I do is that I force a lot of diagonals, and so like I feel like my muscle memory wants me to do a diagonal, but there we are. Pretty good. Results are worse. I just need to make a few more excuses. You know, like my night mode was on too. You know, that was messing with me. So my eyes are readjusting to the bright screen. How's it going, Devro? Did you stream today, Devro? And if so, how'd it go? So yeah, we are 2 hours into our stream. To be fair, we did watch the video for a little while, and we did go on a few tangents. So yeah, it does take a lot of time, level design. But this is a pretty decent room, so I'm not going to complain. I did indeed. Made my office building close to finishing. I'm exhausted. Made like 40 assets this weekend because coding class started exams. So little time in the week. I need to throw it all in the weekends. I see. The office that is it the same office, the one where like you were designing I remember there was this office that you were working on. You also designed like the inside cubicles as well. Is that the same office? Yep, nice. If you have any images you want to share, definitely post them. You can check them out. I'll give you my unsolicited feedback of someone who doesn't make any assets or any good assets. Get some screenshots? Okay. I wonder. I was going to say, what if we allowed them to dash this way, but I don't think that's fair. So the person who dashes in and gets it. All right. This little area I feel like we could update a bit. Yeah, all in all, decent room. Should we do one more? What time is it? Okay, it's... Yeah, I should do one more room. We did do 2 rooms today, though, if we count our last stream. We started at like 3 a.m. Let me see. What's today? 10:29. Boom, boom, boom. Honestly, we can start including. So, my whole goal was to have several rooms or like rooms showcasing other mechanics in the game. So we have our springs. We don't have too many of the springs in the beginning chapter. We also have flames right here. But this is for a collectible. We could start introducing flames into these rooms if we really wanted to. Gordy Salom, if that's how you pronounce your name. Welcome, and thank you for the follow. Oh, Grudy. Oh, Grorty. Sorry. Grorty. We might have found out recently that we're dyslexic. From chat. So here are some screenshots. Here's another one. So this is the outside. Nice. Oh yeah, looks pretty good. You plan on making them destructible, right? Or actually, was that only for one of the room? I remember when you made the like the government building, that one, or like the forum that you made. I remember that one was destructible, or you wanted to make it destructible. It wasn't a forum; it was a government building. But are all buildings destructible, or is it only specific ones? So remember, you were making that for a cinematic, I think. Planning on destructible, nice. Hell yeah. All right. So that only show. I want to make a tree in Godot that only shows the first child. When I click on one of them, he becomes the root and show his child. His child's. Any ideas? Is this a UI? Is this some sort of UI, or is it We'll add some stuff on the roof for decorations, like roof access and air conditioner. I see, like vents and stuff. Caps lock equals cruise control for cool for those who that don't know. For those who aren't cool. So is there a reason why you need it to be the root node? And what want to make a tree in Godot that shows only the first child's. When I click on one of them, that child becomes the root and shows. So what you're saying is you want like let's say you have node 2D. You have our no. Here, we'll say root 1. And then you're saying you want, like, let's say you want to click on this node. You want this to become the root node. And then you want, like, you want node to become the root node. And then you want root 1 to be a child of node. Or you want this to become you want node to become the root node. And then show the children of node. But then what happens to root 1? Or what happens to node 2? I didn't make it clear. My friend, could you help me by connecting a canvas layer scene and a 2D kinematic body to a kind of bar that indicates the player's remaining stamina? Yeah, so I'm not sure what that thing was. Usually you want to make. I'm on 3, by the way, so if you're on 4, it might be a little different. I think they handle signals a little differently in 4. Usually you want to use it via signals, but or like at least that's what I think is usually the standard practice with games in Godot. I usually don't actually like using signals, but for that I think I probably would use a signal. Basically just emit a signal, every time you're using your stamina, you just send a signal to your you need to connect the two signals or connect your player node or your kinematic body to the bar. If you already know how to make a bar, I mean there are tutorials on how to make the bar, and then you send that value, whatever the value is on your player, to the bar. $260. All right, we'll make one more. We already made 260. Wait, what the hell? Okay, yeah, we did. All right, so we're gonna duplicate 263. We'll make one more room today, so that way during our next stream we don't have to do any level design. Not that I hate level design, it's just that I'd rather be in the groove for something else. Okay. Couple of streams ago, and I was trying it now, and I gotta say it feels amazing, especially because it lines with my social. Oh, honestly, if it lines up, so okay, I gotta say, so there are some like long, like I personally like it in terms of like productivity and everything like that, and I just don't know the long-term effects of biphasic sleep. There's not enough research on it, and I do like it, and if I could, like right now, I'm actually doing, at the moment, I feel like I'm doing some sort of biphasic sleep. But yeah, it's ever played with post-processing like film grain, chromatic abrasion, some subtle stuff that give your game some spice? I want to. I've just been postponing it a bunch. We should mess with some. I did have like film grain in the game at some point, in the very early stages of the game, but I didn't like it, or I think I just removed it and then I just never brought it back. Some sort of. Also tried polyphasic sleep, but I liked that less, to be honest. It made me feel overall less productive / more tired. So with biphasic sleep, at least for me, I am sleeping way more than I'm used to. So I actually am getting less hours in the day. Like usually on average, I'll sleep like 10 hours with biphasic. But I mean, more sleep doesn't sound like a bad idea. And I am still more productive. Yeah, long term, I don't know. But now I'm doing school, and no work, it's better. I see. Yeah, I mean, if it works for you, again, it has worked for me in terms of productivity. In terms of, I don't know, long term effects, I really don't know. But I did go to the doctor recently, and they said like for the most part I was healthy, and before they did all my blood work, I was getting like my only issue was that I was getting no vitamin D, but that has nothing to do with my sleep schedule. That has to do with me being a vampire. So or like me not going outside and being a vampire, not necessarily me sleeping at night or sleeping during the day sometimes. I don't really sleep, but my productivity went through the roof by cutting carbs entirely, so my brain is fueled by on ketones. Yeah, I'm not sure. Personally, for me, my productivity or like my ability to stay focused, it doesn't matter about my carbs, as I don't eat anything while working or before work. Usually I'm usually doing I eat usually one meal a day, and that helps me a lot. Carbs increase your like serotonin. I can't speak for anything long term, but in the short term, you are getting more sleepy, or like you might be less productive because of it. And so, like, ideally, like, let's say you do, I don't want to say cut carbs or anything, like, I don't have enough information on that, but, like, I remember actually, Desire said, do you know, Andrew, I'm sure you probably know him, Andrew Huberman, since I feel like you talk about, like, stuff like that pretty often. I remember him mentioning, like, I don't know if he does, I don't think he does any, like, what is it, ketosis, or what is it called, keto? But what he does do is, like, during the day, if he does eat, it's like meat and other, I don't remember exactly, but it's like meat and some other stuff, and like maybe fats and stuff like that, and then towards the end of his day, he consumes his like what he considers to be his daily carb intake. The issue for me, I can't eat only fat or like high fat. I don't like it as my quote unquote energy source, just because it messes, like, I don't think I can digest fat as well. For example, if I eat too much fat, I become I get constipated. Boom, boom. It's okay if I pasted code in chat. It might be better if you're on Discord. It might be better for you to post it on Discord so that the if you use takes a while for your gut to adapt for sure. Yeah. The only issue I'm having is stopping working on stuff to actually sleep for a second time because I get hyper focused. Yeah. Okay. So also for me, when it comes to biphasic sleep, yeah, I actually understand. When I was purposefully doing biphasic, like right now, I'm almost naturally doing biphasic sleep. So there's a slight difference there because I'll just sleep whenever I'm tired nowadays. I don't have, I have a pretty flexible schedule where like it doesn't really matter what time I go to sleep or wake up. So like naturally I'll be tired. Like after this stream, I'll probably eat something, then knock out, then wake up 2 hours later, and then we'll start streaming again. But when I did biphasic sleep, your body does adapt to it at some point where like I was going to sleep, you know, I would wake up, stream for a few hours, and I would feel tired. I would knock out, sleep for like 2 hours. For me, it was like usually it was basically just like a nap, 2 to 3 hours, and then like 6 to 9 hours. Proper REM. Actually, you're getting more REM. Usually, you're getting more REM with biphasic sleep. It's the deep sleep that you're actually lacking in. That's the thing that you have to be concerned with biphasic. Usually, like you enter a sleep cycle. The thing is, like you enter a sleep cycle. It's everybody's body's different too, so like there's no way, unless you're like recording your sleep, there's no way to know how your body's working with it, and that's like the dangerous part. I just like for me personally, I just sleep. I just make sure I just sleep as much as I want. I don't have any like I don't have any alarms that say, okay, wake up, go to sleep, stuff like that. So I assume I'm getting the amount of sleep, the proper sleep that I need. But yeah, with if you're purposefully putting yourself in deep sleep, where like let's say you're doing 4 hours and 4 hours, you know, one, it takes up like naturally your body might not be accustomed to it, so like you might not what am I trying to say? Like one, it might take an hour for you to fall asleep, and then you're only getting 3 hours, and you might enter deep sleep at that point, but you might not. And you usually, like, the more REM sleep you get is towards the end of your sleep cycles. Wait, did I say REM? Actually, wait, I guess you have to be careful to not get proper REM sleep, otherwise your brain, yeah, it really depends on, I think it depends, on the person. Like some people, like, here, we can look at deep sleep cycle, or like sleep cycle in general. It'd be interesting to see. So like, let's say, well, this is for like, this is an actual one sleep cycle, but it really depends on the person. Okay, so right here, the first cycle, you're going into deep sleep, and then you go into REM sleep, and then, like, you know, towards the end is where you get a lot of your REM sleep. towards the end of your sleep cycle, you get 2 deep sleep, stage 4 deep sleeps, or like, I wonder how many people actually reach these points, but like, I'm also wondering if you actually reach these, like, sometimes when I did biphasic, I wasn't entirely sure if I'm getting into deep sleep or like maybe I'm getting light sleep. And so I wonder if I'm getting into more REM sleep cycles rather than deep sleep cycles. It's really hard to say. Deep sleep cycles on biphasic. So yeah, it would be interesting to see like a study on it. But yeah, in terms of productivity and for me, in terms of productivity, it worked. But long term, I just don't know. And I don't know if you want to get your source of information from a, freaking, what are these called? Like illustrations. Infographics, yeah. I don't know if you want to base your knowledge on biphasic sleep from an infographic. Maybe there are studies on it, but yeah, I didn't find any long-term effects. Or like, there's not enough information. And everybody's body's different, so yeah. I read something a while back that the physical flushing of cerebral fluid through the brain during deep sleep, like literally washing your brain, crazy stuff, yeah. So yeah, I think I messed up earlier. I said you get less REM sleep, which also helps with like, I think REM sleep helps with like short-term memory. I'm not, or converting short-term memory into long-term memory, so you could be messing with that as well, if you're not getting enough REM sleep. Yeah, but it's hard to say, like, who knows what your body's doing unless you actually are monitoring yourself. Biphasic fixed my issue of waking up to my alarm when in deep sleep. Yeah, that is the worst. That is the worst feeling. Not being in deep sleep or waking up mid deep sleep, because I mean it just ruins the entire sleep cycle. You wake up tired and you aren't receiving potentially you're not receiving the REM sleep that you would have. Especially if you're in deep, like if you're waking up from your deep sleep, it's like I think it's so bad because it's like, one, you're not receiving the full deep sleep, and two, you're not getting the benefits of the REM sleep. Like, you've never experienced the REM sleep. Don't know about you guys, but 12.5 UG of LSD per day keeps the doctor away. I joke, quote unquote not. We'll keep that as ambiguous as possible so that, in fact, we're not even going to humor that desired state, but just in case, just in case the feds are watching. Not the feds, but the Twitch police. Only take your government-approved death pills. What the hell? Oh, because we have our origin in the middle here. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Have you ever tried silent alarm wristbands? There was something that actually did help. I don't know if it was placebo, and like all of the apps nowadays are, they're all like subscription services. I haven't found. I tried actually finding one recently on like. But I also wonder if that's beneficial too. Like waking you. So there's this app. Honestly, it probably is more beneficial than other like just waking up from an alarm mid cycle. But yeah, they're like apps that like record while you're sleeping. I mean, maybe watches have something too, but there are like I remember I had this app that would wake me up, like it would listen in on my entire sleep like throughout the night, and it would try to wake me up in one of my later sleep cycles, like basically if there's any movement detected, that's when you're obviously not in deep sleep or like in one of the list like let me see, sleep cycle again. It was whatever this. It was this app. This looks very familiar. I remember seeing like like it showed my information like this. So it would try to wake you up while you were like in this stage right here. I would assume within 1 or 2. Or like basically if you moved at all, that's when it would wake you up. And that was, for me, it helped a lot. I don't know if it was placebo, but it did help me a lot. Another thing that actually helped me wake up in the morning, you guys know Wim Hof? I don't do it anymore, but I used to do a lot of it when I was younger as well, and that also helped me wake up. Wim Hof breathing. So yeah, it would be cool to try it out again. Love that guy, part because he's also Dutch. Alright, so might do some. Should we do spring? I might do springs for fun, or honestly, you know what? Actually, I don't want to do springs. I think we spent so much time. We made a horizontal room going left already, so let's make another vertical room. The map's gonna look odd otherwise, so I'm thinking we'll go back this way and then make another right platform. We'll see. Honestly, it doesn't really matter what this chapter looks like, but we'll do just to create variety in our design. We'll do like a vertical room, then a horizontal room, vertical room, horizontal. What did I want to say? But yeah, I did some Wim Hof when I was younger, like when I was in school, and it did help me. But the thing is, I was like I feel like I was very stressed in school. And so like anything if I could find some sort of placebo to help me, I would. Or like maybe it makes sense. Like I would be like, oh, I need something that will work. So anything that like I could get my hands on, I'd be like, okay, this is the solution. I would like to figure, like, I'm not in the same amount of stress. How's it going? Welcome back, Jimmy Jam. So I have stress, but it's not like, it's definitely a different type of stress nowadays. So I would like to try some of these methods and see, maybe they even work better because I'm not stressed. Yeah. Diagonal into a vertical. Oh, whoops. Room 264. without recording a single bit of information. All that sleep talk has made me think of that because I am known to miss the alarm and just not hear it. So vibration might be the thing. Interesting. I know some people, like, I remember I had a friend who would, like, the thing is, you're, like, if you, is it, like, it's not really, like, sleepwalking, but, like, you know, you might be woken up mid-sleep and, like, you just go on autopilot and might, you know, for example, turn off your alarm and just go back to sleep. Kind of like, you know, same way we don't remember our dreams in REM sleep. It's the same thing. Like you kind of just function in like you do something in REM sleep, and then you're like, all right. So we can do a diagonal dash here if we wanted to. Set like 5 alarms for the reason of turning them off and on, turning them off and going back to sleep. Yeah, that was something that I did fairly often in school and when I was working. It does it helps, but it's also like, yeah, it's not the, it sucks actually. Like, you're not getting your ideal sleep. I wish I had prioritized sleep way more. But I guess when you're younger, also, like, maybe you just don't, or like your body can adapt. It's like the same reason why you don't get hungover nearly as much when you're younger. But now, like, 2 days ago, or like last Friday, I drank 2 beers. And dude, I already felt like so hungover, bro. I didn't even get drunk. I was just like lightly buzzed, and then the next day I was like, shit, man. I feel like shit. Best days of their life? Nah, I wouldn't go back. For me, it was fun, I would say, but it was also like I think back at it, I'm like, damn, I was so stupid. I was just like a dumb kid. But I think that's okay. I think you need some of those moments where you're like, you feel like you were an idiot. Also, for me at least, wait, boom, boom. I might do it out orb here. Spring, I mean. I did find a lot of myself in my early, like, you know, discovered who I wanted to be in those early part of, like, early, like 21, I would say, was like, I think when I started figuring things out, which was kind of cool. Probably from all the, you know, from all the things we were consuming. What's the biggest message y'all would give your younger self? I guess, it's a good question. Glad to see your project. Oh, also, how's it going, Bananatron? How you been? Invest in Bitcoin? I think for me, as a kid, I stressed a lot because I didn't know, like, honestly, I always wanted to be a game dev, and it wasn't until I was, you know, like around 21 where I was like, oh shit, yeah, like this is what I want to do. Specifically an indie game dev. And I didn't even think it was possible. So like I never considered it as a career path. And and it was always like, oh yeah, just become an engineer or something, which is not really I can see the appeal in it, but for me that wasn't it. I mean, but they're very similar in terms of like what you're doing, but yeah, specifically game dev is what calls out to me. And I wish I knew that sooner, because yeah, if I knew that like at 18 or something, like right after I finished high school, things would have been pushed a lot quicker. But I can't complain right now. I think I'm in a decent spot where like, yeah, I am happy with what we've got so far. I think it's also important not to dwell on it. Like, let's say you made some mistakes as a kid or young adult. Everyone will tell you that you're stupid. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I had a friend. I mean, I still have this friend, but I remember like it was so sad to like he was so self-conscious because like a lot of people would call him an idiot, and he's actually one of the smarter people I know. Like people would call him stupid all the time. It was like, yeah, it's just not true. Played your game on stream. It has great gameplay, very smooth. It's fun, nice sound. I had to put the controller down and get back to it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you played it though. Really appreciate it. Yeah, movement is like the character controller is the one thing that's the thing I take the most pride in. But the thing is, it's unfair to say that that's the like, because the design of the game also helps with maximizing on that. So it's a combination of everything once you combine all of the elements together. But yeah, the movement is something that like I think is perfect for me, or perfect for my game. There are some changes that I would like. The thing is, I think the movement is technically basic, or like could be more sophisticated, or even I'm like in this weird middle ground where like some things, like because there are like so many timers that are in the movement and stuff like that, which make it complicated for introducing new mechanics. But that was the design choice, I guess. You get used to it, I guess. You inspire 18-year-olds? I hope so. I mean, it feels, it's nice when, if that's what you're trying to say. I don't know. But, it definitely feels like I have a, definitely feels like I have a purpose with game dev versus when I wanted to do like more like software related. Personally, again, I don't think there's anything like, if anything, you have a greater, like if you're doing software development, you probably have a greater purpose than someone who's making again, it's also subjective, like at the end of the day it doesn't really matter, but yeah, I definitely feel my purpose from making games. Even though it is pretty subjective, because it's like, it's just video games. It's just something like maybe a pastime, but also it could speak out to people. And that's kind of like, I think as a game dev or like any type of artist, you take your work very seriously, right? You might think like, oh yeah, this is bigger than just what is on the surface. Dex, thank you for the bits. Also, I didn't know there was a leaderboard, but now we can see how many bits you've actually sent. It's a lot. Let me update the cat petting fund. 420 plus 500. 920 or 9,920. We're officially over 9,000. Most of my life, I believed I was stupid. Just 2 teachers were like, "You are lazy and bored. You are not stupid." And one of them was my German teacher, who handed me a test about a book I aced as best of class. She points at the last answer, which was way off, and said, "You never read the book." That's funny. I think the thing is with like also, no, I think it also depends on the country you're in, because I know like the U.S. at least has some maybe less than ideal academics or approaches to academics, but also modern. I feel like a lot of modern education is just outdated in general. Are gonna struggle. Post 2020 things seem to go crazy with the propaganda, especially targeting kids. I mean, mine, like, not even considering anything like propaganda related. I mean, yeah, they're already like I know kids. I mean, I guess like the system is already kind of messed up, but the one thing that is interesting to note is that kids nowadays are scoring less. But again, because like the academic system is all like, honestly, I do think, like for example, I remember I might have brought this up earlier, but like I remember speaking to my little brother or like even my little sister, and like, like they, I don't know. They seemed more intelligent than me than when I was a kid. Or maybe I'm just like proud of them or something, where like they'll say something like, "Oh yeah, you're a little kid now. Like you actually have thoughts." They're still pretentious, or like think that they're smarter than you or something, but they're still idiots. But like they got something's flowing around there. It makes me wonder, like, maybe kids are doing bad academically because they know the system is a little screwed. Whereas, like, for me, I don't know. I kind of just... I mean, academically, I think I did all right. But yeah, I also didn't, like, care nearly as much either. I feel the same way when I meet young people. They seem more with it. So yeah, it could be that they've been exposed to more information. That's why they're doing worse academically, at least in like our society, where like they've already found their interests, or like they know it's kind of shit. For example, like AI is super on the rise. Like who when it comes to, like, for example, math and history, I mean, like, if you want to be an engineer, obviously, maybe learning, like, the basic, like, the early maths are not a bad idea. But, like, for most people don't want to be engineers, or maybe they're interested in, like, if you're interested in blue-collar work from the beginning, like, why the hell would you need to learn some of these things? Certain blue-collar work. I mean, certain blue-collar work does require, at least, problem-solving skills, but not like, you don't really necessarily need everything that the system has been trying to teach you. But yeah, like academically, I know, like, for example, my little brother, I remember, like, I know he said, like, academically he's not doing that well, but, like, when I talk to him, like, he doesn't speak like an idiot, for example. And he might do dumb things, but also, yeah, their brains are not fully developed yet either, so I can't hold them to the same standard as an adult. If their parents are sensitive to propaganda, they would have messed their kids up either way. There's positive to propaganda. It collects idiots under a common banner. For the biggest part of your life, you didn't know what you wanted to be. Yeah, I wish there was like, same for me. I mean, I'll say like figuring it out at 20. I think like what did I say, like 21? Honestly, 21 is not a bad age to figure it out. And I wish there were more resources out there to like help kids figure it out. Worked with disabled people a lot. I was head of IT. Oh, are we doing something wrong here? What the hell? Okay. People used to say you become smart by reading the news. You don't. You see a lot of stupid stuff when you read the news. If you stop agreeing with it, you think you are smart. If you stop agreeing with it and thinking you are smart, you do become smarter. I think what the news does, at least back then, it was like not necessarily makes you smarter, but it increases your kind of like maybe your social status, because you can, you are aware of like modern issues that, the only form of media that existed at the time, right? Like there was only one form of media, and that was the news outlets. It's like modern. It's like past TikTok. Before TikTok, the only form of TikTok, minus the huge spikes in dopamine that TikTok might give you. Who owns the news? The people that want you to do nothing. I brought this up a while ago. It is something that I've been like, thinking about. It's like, we think, like TikTok. Like, I mean, I'm thinking like, oh, like TikTok is, brain rot, or I mean, like, the short-term effects do seem to be like, harming people, which is like, oh, you're getting your dopamine from short form media, or like instant gratification, which can be an issue, but you're also receiving like large amounts of like short form media. You're getting a lot of information from it as well. And maybe your brain is like, I mean, at a certain point, like if AI takes over, like, if there's some sort of like, AI revolution where, most jobs are replaced, what do we have to do as humans? And like, there might not be too many things that we can do, but people who are exposed to stuff like TikTok, I don't know, maybe they'll have some sort of advantage, because I don't know, their brain is accustomed to a different type of flow of information. But I don't know, I'm kind of it's kind of like a theory that I'm like, like you're alone in your room or in the shower, and you're like, shower thoughts. Makes you wonder. Like, it's the same reason, like, we used to think, like, oh, video games are so bad for you, for example. Isn't ChatGPT dumber? Getting dumber or something? I mean, maybe from the training data? In terms of, like, getting dumber in terms of, like, the advancements they're making? I don't know. I mean... yeah, I actually don't know. I am the global issues. Nobody's in charge of me. Yeah, pretty much. All I can do is hide myself from news. / I can't do anything relating to global or national issues. Stop paying tax, you'll find out. There was something else I wanted to bring up, and I forgot. Boom, boom, boom. Actually, yeah, I mean, personally, we do bring up, like, it seems like we don't actually bring politics. Like, I hope no one actually ever brings, usually we don't bring up, like, actual politics to the table on this stream, but, like, we kind of just, like, skim the surface a lot of the time. But honestly, like, you already know, I think most people already know it's, like, all kind of, like, hey man, it's all bullshit, that sort of deal, and it's like, I think we can all agree on that. I feel like you should just, like, personally, I don't even look at, any news media. Besides, like, I'll see, like, sometimes I'll be on, YouTube Shorts, and they'll say something like, for example, the whole, like, everything related to, Israel and Gaza, for example. But even then, I'm just like, it's always obviously, like, some sort of opinion. It's very hard to find anything that's, like, not already opinionated and not attacking another group of people, like, not, attacking some group of people. So yeah, I'll like listen to it or see what, like, multiple sources are saying, or just, like, fortunately the algorithm shows me, like, a bunch of different resources on it, but where do I want to put this? I don't delve too deep into it. I wonder if we could do something like this. Every news outlet is opinionated. I know, really sucks because even they don't say it. Even if they don't say it, you can see how they bring it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's also like. Oh shit. Let me play this. Oh dude, this level is kind of challenging actually. Still think those spikes look sick. They do look sick, but they're already used in another chapter, so like I can't just reuse them here. Oh dude, this is so challenging. What the hell? Or I'm just bad. They used to have a monopoly on narrative control. Imagine how much of the history is a lie before the internet. That's true too. Yeah, it was like whoever writes the something writes the history books. I feel like there's some quote on that. What is nice though with like modern technology is that everyone has sort of like, obviously there are entities that have way more of an influence than others, but at least, you know, you have some sort of influence. But yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous game because like obviously like, for example, if you say something that isn't aligned with for example, the company that you're being hosted on, or the opinions of the company that you're being hosted on, then obviously you can get removed. But then also that gets noticed. So like, I mean, you will, as an individual, you might be affected, but at least it gets recognized. Not that anything gets done about it, but at least it gets some sort of recognition. Right, gonna get some sleep. Catcha. I'll see you. See you, Devro. Congrats on the or good job on the office that you made. The progress. We're almost done with this room. It's a very simple room actually, but yeah, it is a transition to the next area, so it shouldn't have to be this. It shouldn't be too difficult. Boom, boom. Is there anything I wanted to say? Not really. Nothing significant. I think we're all on the same page though. I think everyone agrees. Because we're also not really saying anything. We're speaking, but we're not actually saying anything. I feel like it's common knowledge at this point what happens in just global issues in general. I don't think anyone out here is like, no, the media outlets are correct, or you know, stuff like that. Doing a mandatory training for my new job, hence the lack of talking. No worries. Honestly, I like when people... I actually prefer when people are working. If you want to just... I do like the back and forth too, but I also like... I definitely don't mind it if people, you know, are doing their own thing on stream while they're you know, lurking. That's what this stream is for, really. And we have fun. Most of the time most times I tell someone an opinion and a perspective. They're the same word that they think I'm trying to trick them, which is why they tell them the irony. The thing I find funny, like, it's so funny. Like the new, at least with like I don't want to bring. I'm not gonna bring up any like for example, there are a lot of like YouTuber sort of like, you know, because of all of this, there are a lot of like YouTube news channels, and it's so fun. Like, it's so like they're you know, they're well established. Obviously, they're not like huge enterprises or anything like that, but they're pretty popular. And it's funny, like they know what they're doing. Like they know exactly, you know, which side they're taking. Obviously, even like the bigger like, you know, like obviously, for example, Fox is right wing, CNN is left wing, in the U.S. And like the smaller ones, they know, and they'll call each other out for like their strategies, but then they don't call like they also feed the bait, or they feed the clickbait, and it's kind of interesting. Like if it's common out, like on a random stream like this, a random programming stream like this, we're able to call it out. Obviously, they know what they're doing too. But I think it's like they're I think at the end of the day, they're just capitalizing on what it is that they're doing. Like they already know what works, and they're just feeding the algorithm what it wants, which is, you know, us versus them, freaking, you know, shocking news to get the views, and then, you know, oh, you know, Ukraine isn't a hot topic anymore. Let's go to the Kardashians. Oh, I mean, Kardashians has been used a while now. Let's, you know, Israel. That's a pretty hot topic at the moment. Let's find some news on that. And I mean, they're just capitalizing on the information. It's not like they don't really have like a moral compass, and they know who their audience is, right? So they need to feed for that audience. So like, you know, left-wing media is going to, you know, even let's say if something was wrong with whatever it was, not to say like I'm not taking any sides, but even if there was something wrong or something right, one, they're obviously going to double dip if they're right, and then if they're wrong, it's kind of like they make their take and go on to the next topic. The same guy who owns Fox? Really? Fox and CNN? I didn't know that. Is that really true? That's actually funny if that's the case. It's kind of like WWE, like it's already predetermined, and then just, if that's the case, orchestrated BS to the core. Yeah. American news have told the public that the public has no say in matters of the news, so the public has chosen not to speak to the news, but they still choose to listen. Robert Murdoch. That's actually interesting. Chairperson of Fox News. Chairperson of CNN. Mark Thompson. Including many international stations to left and right. They are the same person? Sir Mark Thompson. Mark Rupert. CNN. Founder and former owner of CNN. Wait, no. And Ted Turner are long-standing rivals. Acquired 34% stake in Hughes Electronic, the operator of the largest. I don't think he owns CNN. Doesn't say anything about him owning CNN. Or having any sort of affiliation with CNN. But he does have other news. He does own News Corp, or was a part of News Corp, executive Fox News. How's it going, Pagorli? I'm going to eat something. I'm going to consume some carbs. Okay. Alright, we're gonna call it on the level design now. I still don't know how to do these spikes, bro. Like, you keep trying to brainstorm. What's the theme? The theme is, we're basically in, like, imagine a wizard tower, but, like, also a collision of, like, different dimensions. Think Doctor Strange. Now, I was thinking crystals, it just makes sense, kind of. I'm not sure. The thing is, crystals... I don't really have any assets that are crystals, and they're very hard to make in an 8x8 grid, or make them look good in an 8x8 grid. Thought the game was 16 by 16? No. The smallest unit in our game is 8 by 8. We do have 16 by 16 textures a lot of the time, but yeah. The smallest unit is 8 by 8, and our tiles work in 8 by 8 grids. Usually the minimum size is a 16, like it is technically, the minimum size is a 16 by 16, but like in terms of like placement of tiles, but there can be, for example, a 24 by 24 sized thing. So yeah, that's why our minimum size is 8 by 8. So yeah, the minimum size is technically 16 by 16, but our smallest unit is 8 by 8. What if I did something like this? Can barely make something decent looking in 16 by 16. Again, it's like, it technically is kind of like 16 by 16. It's just that our smallest unit is 8 by 8, so it's like you'll see decorations in the game that are 16 by 16 or even 32 by 32. It's not like everything is 8 by 8. It's just that like increments in between things are gonna be 8 by 8. It is more work, but it allows for details in between things. Like, it actually makes it better, I would say, because now you're not bound to only having like stuff that are in like, let's say you make one asset and you know it fills up, you know, an entire like it fills up this entire square. Now there's nothing that you can do to this square. I mean you can stack tile maps on top of it, but like there's going to be no variation to that one texture that you have. Whereas like if you know, because this is 16 by 16, you know, you can have something in between where like now you can remove something. Like technically, let's say if you had like a, you know, a platform that's a 32 by 32, but you find out, oh, this part is weird, let's cut off that little section right there, we can. So you have a greater benefit. You have a greater benefit with the 16 by 8 by 8s, because now you know, if you wanted to just cut off this one, it's easier than to just cut this off versus forcing yourself to cut off the entire 16 by 16. From my experience, I mean, you can do the same thing, like, you know, having a minimum 16 by 16 and then just doing it the same way with 32 by 32s. So now, well, actually this is 32 by 32, but like 64 by 64, I mean, so you know, you can have something that's this large, and then you cut out a 16 by 16. It really depends on how much you want to put into your game. I'm not like artistically inclined, or like, you know, I'm not that good with art, so like 8 by 8, even 8 by 8 is a struggle for me. I don't know, I wonder like if I could go back. Actually no, I like the 8 by 8. It does become a struggle, but it's not that bad. But sometimes I wish I made it like a 4 by 4 or 8 by 8. 8 by 8, like 4 by 4 minimum size, cause then we would just like, there's a lot more things that you can do. For example, 1 pixel, like doing stuff where like 1 pixel represents something makes it so, like, makes animations and stuff so significant, and like polishing just becomes that much easier. So I'm thinking we can kind of try to use these stars as like our tile map. So like what I was thinking is, you know, like we delete this, for example. Here, I'm actually only going to delete this. So I want to see, what if we used this as part of the tile map, where it's kind of how they do it in Celeste. So this is on a 16 by 16, so like let's try turning it into an 8 by 8. We're gonna use tile setter to see if we can make something out of this. So let's say each tile, maybe we can make it look like this. I'll copy this as well. Boom. So let's put one tile there. We'll put another one here. So let's say it looks like that as the base. Like this area already looks ugly, but we'll figure that out in just a second. Honestly, this kind of looks cool as a tile map. This would be the first layer. There is one issue with this. The size, like the minimum size of a spike is usually 1 pixel, and it's like hitboxes might be slightly weird because of it. Half and quarters are the same way you were taught to divide space IRL 2. Some people don't usually measure their living space for sake of conversation. It does make your art style a little uncanny though. But it never stopped anyone. Does make your art style a little uncanny though, but it never stopped anyone. Yeah, we can try turning this into a tile map. It actually doesn't look too... it's super simple, but it actually doesn't look bad at all. I can totally see this. It's a little bit more simple too. We might want to add a little bit more details to it. Let's try making this in tile setter. So let's say this is our center texture. What the hell? Oh, we're here. Oh, we could push this up a little bit so that they're consistent with so that they're consistent with our current tiles. We'll probably update this. We'll try it out like this. I don't like that these are repeating. Here, let me like Shift V this, Shift H this, and Shift V it, and then I'll Shift H that. It's a little too symmetrical actually. Let me try like rotating this. All right, so here we'll grab this as our texture for now. Let me first grab this as the base. I forgot how we make this in general. We'll see. We also need to make sure that it has some sort of so we do want to make it have an outline. We'll see what it looks like just like this. Also, we want to make sure that it has its own 16 by 16 texture, so it should look like this. Here, we'll actually copy this, and ideally we also want to make sure it's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels. So we want to push this 1, 2, 3, 4. Delete this, and then bring this down, or just bring this over here, and then we copy this, and this is our tile map. Okay, so one doesn't look that good yet. We do need some sort of white lines on the outside, so otherwise it's too dark for a spike, and the corners look like crap, and honestly, it doesn't look that good in my opinion. Let's try figuring it out. So we can make maybe white lines on the outside. Also, this is not the correct color palette. It's a low default palette. We'll just do like a light blue here. What the hell? Bum, 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 bum. Dude, what the hell? Oh, we have continuous on. There we go. Are we missing something? We are missing... Should I make this a darker color? Oh, what the hell? I don't even know how I did that. Mikuemi, how's it going? All right, so we can try this. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like it, but Called earlier, but was too dead to talk. No worries. We're chilling here. So it doesn't look much like spikes just yet. Here, wait. I think we're going to... Let me redo this. So how many tiles do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wish list right now? Nice, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like this, but we're gonna full send it. Who knows? I don't know what the issue is. One, it's thicker than our usual spikes. There's usually actually no outlines, and like the part that does the damage is actually white. Whereas right now we're trying to keep it dark but have a white outline, which is I don't know, just weird maybe. Alright, let me see. Maybe we can figure out how to make them just white spikes. Maybe that's just good enough. Low-key doubt it, but I'm gonna try it anyway. If it's the end of the game, you could make it a gaseous animated tiles of space danger. That's actually not a bad idea. I was thinking of adding some sort of like shader to our spikes, and that would make it pretty interesting as well. Maybe we can explore that. Like, yeah, it would help with the creativity of this, because I'm kind of just randomizing pixels until we find something that works out, but it seems like it never works out. Although, this is not too bad, but it is very straight. Like, I think we want some more, like, jaggedness to it. Here, wait. I kind of have an idea, though. We just take this one. Is this a Celeste clone? It is indeed. How's it going? How's it going, Captain Coder? Yeah, maybe that's good enough for the variation there. Let's see. Again, it'll look different in the tile map right now because it'll also be randomized, and we can also add different textures. Right now we're kind of just... Oh, interesting. Also, you can see some of the colors here are wrong. Actually, this doesn't look too bad. I kind of want to try this out, actually. With like some sort of like distortion shader of like things moving around and like shining, I think it could. I think it has some potential. Maybe we'll see. Why the hell can't I grab this? There we go. Hope you have been well. Yeah, I've been pretty good. I can't complain. How about you? What you been up to? Same old. It has been cool. I feel like I've been seeing a decent amount of new faces lately. Which is nice to see that. I don't know, maybe the project is getting noticed a little bit more. So I'm happy about that. So we have these three, like it's the same thing stacked on top of each other, but like this will allow for different variations right here. Here, let me make another layer real quick and like make it black on the outside so you guys can actually see what it would look like, sort of what it would look like in game. Here, first, let's go back into this color, and I'm just gonna delete, since we don't want to see this on the outside, we're gonna be deleting, oh shit, whoops, I think we grabbed the wrong one. So yeah, this looks pretty good. But yeah, we're gonna have to replace this texture, which is just this right here. Okay. Poorly Drawn Graham, which has been fun. I've seen a lot of the things you've been posting lately. They've been looking pretty good. In art, is that what you were talking about? My largest game project, so it has been daunting. The art that you've been posting, I assume that's for the game that you're mentioning. 70 out of 154 cards. How long does it take you to finish one card? I remember the Sasquatch and his magnificent nose. That's the art. 2 to 3 hours. I see. I have like a similar. So you said when you want to finish by was it no, not October, freaking April, right? April 1st. That's a good day to aim for. I remember my first release date was also April 1st. And I couldn't miss that opportunity to, postpone, the release by several years. Maybe like 2 years. I remember my first release, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. Release it on April 1st. Not to say that's what you're going to do or what you're planning. That's what you're planning to do. But I remember doing that. So it must be done by then. I see. Okay. Well, I'm rooting for you. You got this. No, this looks honestly not too bad. I'm gonna try just saving it and seeing what it looks in game, just on its own. Originally I was saying at the end of March, but opportunity to make it April 1st was too tempting. Yeah, it's a good date to release. All right, so here is the what the. This is not what I wanted. Oh, you know what it is? We don't typically use this as our tile map. I just remembered. Usually we have this weird structure that looks like this. Damn. Okay. I mean, ideally we should make it look like this, but the thing is, all right, here. You know what? I'm going to duplicate this layer for now. I've been thinking on ways to implement a boss fight into a Godot game, and I was thinking of something like a state machine would be the best to handle that. Yeah, I would usually I would say so. I mean, if you plan on having like different, like different mechanics of the boss and potentially having them switch between those mechanics, then having a state machine would. I would say that's probably like the best approach there. I will say boss fights are like the hardest thing to make, though. Not to discourage you, it's just that they are kind of difficult to manage. Glad to see you, Godot, Chad. Keep it up, Bug. Thank you. I appreciate it. Boss fights, puzzle difficulty, and secrets I feel are the toughest designs. For me, I mean, boss fights are challenging to make. I've never done puzzles really, so I can't say. And secrets. I haven't had too many issues with secrets, but I'm also not that far into making them, so I can't say for sure. All right. We're almost done here with our first test. But yeah, adding a shader would be pretty cool to this, like a distortion shader. The issue with the tile map though is that the distortion, like the shader is being applied to the texture, or like how it works on tile maps is that it would be applied to the texture. And so like, let's say you have a texture, or like, let's say you're applying a shader to this tile right here. It would overlap and like, it would just look weird. So we'll have to look into it. Maybe it won't look that bad, but we'll have to give it a shot. So here is, oh, do we also need, I think we might also need to fill this up if we want it to not look weird. This is a part of the tile map as well. All our different variations. What is too obvious versus hidden? I don't know if it's because I've played so many platformers that I feel like there's a consistency, like something consistent with secrets in platformers. But yeah. Boss fights from a design perspective are very difficult, I think. They're very difficult, and I also think they're tedious to make, to have them switch between different states. It's basically like, I feel like you're basically making another player, but you also have to code how they react. Like, it's not only that they are reacting to like, now they're not reacting to player input, but instead, you know, you're coding the you know, the AI for it, or, you know, the like how it works, which you know, it's simpler than just, oh, switch between all of these states every 5 seconds. There's more to it. And then balancing it at the game too. And then reacting to getting hit by the player or something like that. I do like this. I like these tiles. Obviously something is weird here. But it's actually not too bad. And I think, yeah, having some sort of shader to give it like a glow, I think would be very cool. They are very bright though. That's my only issue. Like, it's almost too bright actually. Too bright, and the white pixels to it are also very overwhelming. Like, I think we need to reduce that by a bit. Also, why are they looking weird though? Like, certain areas just don't look good. We must have copied something incorrectly. Let me see. So this is our... We have those being filled up. What the frick? Here, let's save this and see what textures we're seeing. Why state machine? What's the added value from a 3/100 guy's perspective? I think one code can handle jumping, dashing, animations, etc. It's just easy. Like, for example, there are gonna be so many. Like, it's easy to switch between different states of an enemy. In general, like, for example, the player too. Like, it's easy to just code everything within a state, or organize it all into a state. That way, if you want it to switch, like, it's all organized instead of, like, for example, I wouldn't even know what like, I don't know what a good alternative choice would be for a boss fight. Because, yeah, like, I don't know, for example, it also allows for the opportunity for you to, like, let's say, expand on the boss in the future. Like, for instance, my chase sequence has 2 states of the boss. It has, you know, the chase sequence, it has the laser sequence, and then it has the, actually, I think it only has the chase and the laser, but then it also has the idle sequence where I tell it basically to do nothing. And it's easy for me to write a state machine for that, and then, like, you know, later on I'm like, oh, maybe I want to add something else, and then there's already logic checking for, like, hey, what happens when you exit the laser sequence, or what happens when you enter the idle sequence, or, you know, you enter the idle sequence, and then there's a random a variable that picks a random state to switch to next, and then there's a timer that also says, oh, you're going to be in the idle state for this amount of time. So, like, it just creates, like, really good structure for your boss, I would say. I actually wouldn't know any other. Maybe there are alternatives, but I feel like using a state machine is probably the most common. Oh, my night mode. I feel like it's too common nowadays for my night mode to turn on midstream. Or, like, you know, my night mode is turning on way before I'm gonna go to sleep. Because he is stationary on top of the screen, and that makes, I see, okay. Yeah. My first boss is only an escape sequence, and it's pretty, I mean, it's pretty simple, but even that I took, like, a long time to work on. Anything more sophisticated, I probably would have quit. Oh, it's the corner pieces that we're missing. Okay. But yeah, these tiles are still way too... There's still way too much stuff going on here. But yeah, we want to fill up these as corner pieces as well. But in the meantime, we're not going to do it yet because we don't actually have a texture for it. We'll just leave it the way it is. One thing that looks weird is, yeah, we have way too many white pixels here, and it's also way too bright in general. I'll try just messing with it. Like, I'll throw maybe just the next darkest color, which is what? So this is our darkest color. So we'll turn this one into this color. The next one we'll do is this, and yeah, this will be this. So that'll be our darkest color, and then we need to figure out what we want to do with the white lines. Time for bed. See you later, probably tomorrow or the day after. Depends on if I can make it tomorrow. All right, sounds good, Solus. I'll see ya. Peace. I don't know what to do. Here, we'll start maybe erasing stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Here, maybe I'm gonna try to make it just a different variation. We can actually just make a different variation and then post it. Like, we can leave these the way they are and then post it here. We'll see. We did update the colors though, so this was like this dark color, this was this color, and this one was this one. Here, actually, let's try it out first, see what it looks like in game with these new colors that we've added. We also have to update this. Here, I'm gonna make yet another layer. Copy what we have here. Okay. And I'm just gonna make, what color is this? Make this color. Whoops. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, we need to make this like this color, and then this we have to make this color, and then we can use this color. I'm gonna use this one again. So these corner specs actually don't look too bad, but they do look more like teeth. Maybe we can update that just a bit. But for this one, again, let's go back here. Let's try to create a different variation. Something that has less, I don't know, actually. Maybe they look sharper like that. Or maybe one more pixel. I'll try that. Maybe that looks better. Here, what we'll do is we'll just delete this. Oh, whoops. Go to this one. Delete all of this. And, you know, we could also go back to this layer and delete everything except for this stuff here. Okay. Go back to this layer. I think the one thing that's really nice about game dev, or like one thing that I feel like a lot of people should get used to with game dev, especially if you're starting out alone, is your ability to wear different hats. For example, I don't think I'm a good artist, but I do try. I feel like we do definitely get better. And I think that's something that a lot of people can't do when they're starting out. Like, you might be a really good I guess it's subjective really, but like, yeah, from my experience, being able to like switch between art and level design and programming is the thing that I've seemed to benefit the most from. Alright, let's see how this looks. Still, it's pretty bright, actually. And we didn't update these ones here, because I was hoping maybe like having some bright ones and some non-bright ones would be kind of cool. Oh, but yeah, they're still pretty bright. We can try reducing the amount of white lines on our variations here. But I think it is looking, it does look better. There's some crazy wacky things going on though. What the hell? Are we missing a texture somewhere? I don't see what we're missing. Save everything again. It's like whatever these. Oh, I see. I understand now. The corner pieces these corner pieces are also technically pretty important. We can try updating them. Which one was that? That was this one. Yeah, let me just copy this. I'm just gonna make them like pink and oh, can't make them pink. We have to. Well, all these colors are ugly, but. We're not helping our case here. We should have just. All right, whatever. What color is it? Oh, whatever. All right, so this color will turn into black. This will do this one. This one will do this one. Same with this one. We'll do that. And this will do this. And this will do black. There's a lot of more colors in this one. But it's all placeholder for now. I'll be right back, but here, let's look at it. Ooh, I like it. Again, still too many white pixels on the screen. I'll be right back. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, so again, yeah, too many white pixels. Doesn't seem like any of our the tile map doesn't seem to be using any of our lighter textures here. Let me see. It is actually, and it's actually it's only using these, but we didn't seem to have updated, unless I missed it. Let me see. I think maybe these textures are still too crazy. No, but it's we didn't update them. They're still crazy. Flying is tiring, but I'm back home, so big W. Welcome back. Welcome back to society. How's it going, Hugo? Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Now I'm back to the cold wind chill. Whether I miss Arizona. Dang. I actually don't mind traveling too much, but yeah, to each their own. I think as long as I have internet, I'm fine. I also moved a lot as a kid. So I think that's why I don't mind it. Or like, I feel right at home when I'm moving. Or traveling. Mm-hmm. And then flying back, waste a weekend it feels like. Oh, I see. That's a fair point. Dude, what the hell? Where the hell? Okay, wait. The textures did not seem to update. Or am I dumb? Let me try pressing save again. Boom, boom. It was like the first time I met my colleagues. I worked there for over a year. Is it always remote work that you do? Boom, boom, boom. Oh wait, we do have more pixels here. Yep. Alright, so yeah, I think the main issue now is that we just have... It's just too bright, but honestly, the spikes themselves are not too bad. And I think if we have some sort of mystical moving shader on everything, it'll look half decent. Just gotta make sure this still looks good. I think after this we'll mess with some sort of shader. Hopefully we can find one that looks decent. I might even have one already in mind. We'll see. Shit, come on. Okay. There we go. Look good for me. It's looking better. Still looks slightly odd. But I think, yeah, we'll leave it the way it is. Oh my god, actually, what the hell? Why does this look disgusting? We're using... Where are we using this texture? What is this? There's like a triangle here. Or like a... Oh, it's right here. Wait. I could have sworn I spent so much time updating this texture. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. It's because we didn't update this one. Still, we're seeing it. Or unless, wait, maybe it just didn't update. It could be from the... I don't think it's that one, though. What the hell? Spent all this time. What the? Is it still there? Let's look at the top map here. We're seeing. Oh, it's just in one of. We still didn't update all of it. I'm just dumb. But I'm gonna leave it the way it is. I want to try putting some sort of shader on it, because we do need variation anyway. Let me see what it looks like in game. Still think it looks slightly weird, but yeah, let's mess with the shader. Maybe that'll help. And also, I think our tom map, like this tom map, there needs to be some transition to it. Transition to the spikes to make that look better. It's too bright. Yeah, I think we'll add a second texture on top that makes it look like there are crystals inside. I think that looks pretty cool. But in the meantime, let me see something. I know we have something that we could throw on top of this. Godot shaders. Godot shaders. Shader art coding. This looks really. This is something I actually want in my game. Like stuff like this, shapes randomly generating. I wonder. Yo, this is actually so cool. Is this all there is to it? Like, does it just work? Do I have to add, like, noise or something? The video doesn't work, though. Let's see. Yo, how long have you been working on Memory as of today? I don't know. So I started 3 years ago. I don't know how many hours in total, but this year alone, to be fair, I put way more hours this year alone. But it's been, we did the calculation. Let me see if I still have it. This year alone has been 1,400 hours of me streaming the game, which is about the amount of hours I put. So in total, I want to say like 2,000, maybe, if I had to guess. 2,000 hours of poop stream. Then there's game dev. Yeah, that's 2,000 hours of pooping alone. I've pooped at least 17 times. I'd say it. Yeah, I probably pooped at least 17 times. What the hell am I trying to do? Oh, dude, this just works? How cool would this be as a parallax in the background? We'll have to mess with the color palette of this. I wonder what exactly it's doing. Palette, length of UV. Like, we want to bind it somehow, but I'm curious to see what it looks like on its own. I know, right? That's what I was thinking. Like, literally, it's just this. And I guess we can mess with the palette here. It's magic. Really, shaders are magic. I don't get it. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna call it magic shader. I'm just gonna throw it into our parallax and to see what it looks like. Just watch devlog number 1. How'd you like it? Speaking of, I should do more. I really should do more. It's just, it takes away from my day. I could be spending the time I spend to edit devlog, I can be using to, to make the game. So we throw everything on this back. I wonder if I should throw it in the background. Here, I'm gonna do this. What do we call it? We called it the magic shader. I'm gonna make it its own thing. Yeah, let's duplicate this. Background shader. 360 by 360. We can make it any size we really want, but this is pretty good, right? So we'll set the mirroring to 360 by. We're in Saturday Saturday territory now. It's way too bright too. But yeah, let's see what it looks like. Looks very cool. Whoa. Bro, I can't see anything. When the mushrooms kick in. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, it's way too bright. I wonder if we can mess. I want to try messing with this. We're kind of getting distracted here, but this looks way too cool to not use. At least maybe not in this chapter. We'll have to see. But I definitely want it somewhere. But this would be perfect for this chapter. It's the final chapter, we kind of want whoa, like explosion, you're peaking. It's the climax of the game. Like everything is epic and you're seeing shapes and colors. And like we have space in there too. We'll see what we can do with that. Like maybe we'll want to distort stuff as well, because obviously this doesn't really look good. But yeah, we'll see. So palette. I don't really know how this is working, and I don't really have the patience to. It says length of UV 0 UV. Palette float T. Return A plus B. And cosine of some arbitrary value of C. Yeah, what the hell? What does it even mean? Let's try. So I assume these are just random colors, right? Going from, let's try like just throwing in like 0. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Whoa. This is actually hurting my eyes a little bit. Ooh. We could make it just one color. It would, here, let me grab the color of, let's see. What color can we use here? Here, let's just try our darkest color for now. Between black and blue? Not sure. Okay, so what is this color? 9, 10, 20 for black. 9, 10, and 20. C is, I wonder, is it because it's going to 1, 1, and 1? So if do I have to turn this to 0? What the hell? Oh, are these, it's not, it's 9 out of 256, right? Right, those are the fraction values, because yeah, 1 is, okay, wait. 9 divided by 256. I don't want to, how do I do this? Can you represent things in hexadecimal? Vec 3 8 is equal to oh my god. No, I don't think you can. I think you have to give it a Alright, we'll just try it out like this. So I'll try these values. Whoa. So cool. It's like magic. What is this? Bum 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 bum. It is a little repetitive though. It's just doing the same thing. But we could spin it if we wanted to. I'm sure we could do some shenanigans. I wonder, like... Yeah, I feel like it looked crazier than this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. You know, let me just leave it the way it was for now. If we really wanted to mess with it like this, I'm sure we can find something better out there. Yeah, this looks way too simple. It's also very distracting. I wonder if we can offset each instance of the shader a bit so they're not all synced. The only thing that I'm concerned with is like they perfectly they're seamless on the corners here, and I think it would look weird if they weren't. It's the only thing I'm concerned with. Also, I don't know, the original one looked way more sophisticated than this. I feel like I'm messing something up. Yeah, let me copy it again. But yeah, I'm not sure what to do about the colors. Oh no, it is just very repetitive. It's not doing much. I mean, it's very cool though. I'm sure maybe like there's something you can throw in here to make it different. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of I don't really know how this works. Actually, wait, no, not in here. In fragment, right? I'm not entirely sure. Here, we're gonna look at other shaders for now. But this was really cool. Makes me think we could probably make something something decent. Oh, but yeah, we want some sort of like distortion. Distortion. Shader art equals shart. I like it. I think that's what we'll call it. Next stream, I'll call it sharding on stream. Tom up wind shader. I wonder. And pooped. Gonna nap. Have a nice sharp. Thank you. Here, wait. Can we? If we? Yeah, it's not gonna make it invisible. We have to. Where's visibility? Just gonna hide it for now. While we test out other shaders. Is your color rect a full rect? Color rect, full rect. No, it's not full rect. We don't need it to be, or like, I mean, we could. We're going to be throwing this on a tile map, though. Kind of just testing it out here. Here, wait, but we would need to throw this onto our tile map. Boom, 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 boom. We already have it. Apparently we have a shader already on it. Oh no, it's unshaded. Here, let's make it unique. And then we'll add... Actually, let's get a new shader here. I'm hearing like someone's alarm outside. Boom, boom, boom. Simple texture. The issue with this though is, I don't know, I feel like it might ruin the. What the hell is going on? Shader parameters. Render noise. Boom, 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 boom. Time scale. Here, I assume it's based on time in the game, so let's just. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Obviously, what are we supposed to do? Timescale, distortion, render noise. Oh, we don't have a noise texture. Boom, boom, boom. Does it just work? Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's see. Oh, something's happening. It's pretty whack though. Doesn't even look. Ah, but maybe let's see what it looks like in game. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. It's freaky. How's it going, Carrion? It's freaky. I like the freakiness to it, but I don't necessarily like the shader itself. But I do like the fact that it seems like it's, you know, it's alive. Also, we need to make sure that the texture itself is unshaded, or the shader isn't affected by our modulate, canvas modulate. Not so bad. I'm not doing so bad either. I'm not sure what to do with our spikes though. I heard your friend, or I saw your post on Discord, was that your friend was watching it and watching my stream, and he enjoyed it. That's pretty cool. Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 boom. I can try recycling the same shader that we have on our boss. Let me see. So maybe this will look cool. Forgot how we do this. Do we just throw it onto wigglyteeth.trs? Quick load. The only thing with wiggly teeth, though, is that it might mess with the... Oh, this actually doesn't look too bad. Let me see. Ooh. Alright, so yeah, here's the issue, though. You can see there are, like, gaps in the texture. And that's the only problem. What we can try doing is maybe stacking two textures on top of each other, so if that happens... I don't know what the solution to that is. We only see it on the corner pieces on things that are drawn. Like, do we ever see it here? We don't. So actually, I think the solution is just in the color, in the texture itself. I only see it... Yeah, we don't see it on these lines. We do see it in between these textures, though. Let me see. Do. We do see it sometimes here, though. Oh no, and we also see it in here, so I don't think that would solve the problem. Yeah, 2 textures is the like 2 tile maps. One that doesn't have the shader on it. I feel like would help. Or like if we applied the shader via what are they called? Like we could put the shader on top of everything. For example, we have something like that here, I believe. But that would be kind of annoying to code. Whereas with this, we could just like, for example, here, let's try it out actually. So in this room, just literally duplicate the spikes here. Remove any scripts. So I'll remove this script. We do want to make sure that it's lower on the layers. So yeah, put this on 3. And then also I want to remove the or if we can offset the shader, but I don't know too much about that, so yeah, let's just remove it. And yeah, it could look like this. What we'll want to do, it's a different spike. It's a different texture here. What the hell? Alright, there we go. Why does it look like that? I mean, yeah. I mean, this works. We are like duplicating. We do have 2 tile maps on, or like 2 spikes on top of each other. If we really want to, we can like create a script specifically to like duplicate it and make it look like this. There is some issue with these corners here. But I think it's because we have a dark pixel in the tiles there. Let me see. Yeah, like in this one. Just make it this color. And run it back. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. You can see on the, I think it has to do with the texture. You might see like some lines right here getting drawn in randomly, and I think that's because I think if we separate the textures a bit, we won't see that. So here, let's try it out. We'll have to update everything though. Let me see. Yeah, because you can see like some white lines that are getting drawn in from time to time. I'd like to test this out without ruining all of our textures. So let me see. This looks like a... Let me see. What the hell? Can't even tell which texture it is. Alright, I'll just make like one of them pink, and we'll see if it happens to one of these pink ones. Do we see any pink spikes? Okay, one right here. It doesn't even happen to the pink one. There are some like white lines that spawn out from time to time, but I think that's okay. I think we're more concerned with whatever this one is, which might be a corner piece instead of a inside corner piece. So let's grab like one of these. Which one is it? Here, I'll just do this. Boom, boom. Oh shit. What the hell? Why is it doing that? I'm sure one of these. I think it's this one. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna get rid of this corner piece. I'll make this. Just gonna make this green. Just want to make sure we have the right colors. What the hell? Alright. So yeah, you can see this pink one has like this blue line that's coming in. And I think it's because if we look at this texture, I think it's grabbing what this is right here. So if we just separated all of our textures, it wouldn't be a problem. So here, let's try it out. Let's put in like red. Put it in this tile. Yeah, okay. So all we have to do is just make sure if we use this shader that we separate each of our tiles. For the insides, it doesn't matter too much because if you're grabbing an adjacent texture and it's the same like filler tile, it's not a big deal. But if it's the edge pieces, we got to make sure that they're kind of isolated. Otherwise, you're gonna get stuff like this happening. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah. You can see some red on this one too. I thought I saw it. Yeah, there it is. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here for now. We'll have to. There's like a whole can of worms that we're gonna have to open by making this work. I'm not entirely sure what to do just yet. Would look best in the. That's true. It would look good in the hell level. We can actually see it right now in the hell level. Yeah, let's go into chapter 3. I'm trying to think if there's a better solution for using it. Again, you can see like a lot of the gaps in the lines. Honestly, I think if we position, as long as we position filler tiles to be like within something, it'll be okay. The edge pieces, we need to make sure that nothing is above them and nothing is to the right and left of them, and then I think they'll be fine. The corner pieces, I think, are also fine. again, they just have to be... There just can't be anything adjacent to them on these two sides. And same thing above. There can't be anything here. So we actually might not need to stack like two different types of tile maps. We just need to make sure the texture is like appropriately made. But yeah, it does look good. I wonder if it's distracting though. Maybe we'll want to like decrease the quality of it just a bit. Or not the quality, the intensity of it. Like right now, maybe it's moving like 2 pixels. Maybe reduce it to 1. Here, we can try it out. Here, let me make this unique. Grab the shader, also make it unique. Whoops. And then we'll go into here. Distortion is equal to 0.5. Are there any parameters here? Noise. Bump strength. I don't think that matters, does it? Let's see. Oh, it does. Okay, so 1. We could do that. Or we can make it crazy. Maybe depending on the chapter, we'll have it. Maybe 2 didn't look that bad actually. But maybe we set it to 1. Low key. I want to see what it looks like on like everything. Let me open up our tile map too. Like every single tile map will use this shader. Auto tile. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa. It's super distracting. We'll see. On the spikes, it makes sense. On every tile, obviously, I think it would be overkill. It does look cool though. Maybe we'll make a secret chapter that has this shader everywhere. Oh my god, dude. I'm so bad today. I think I'm sleep deprived. Alright, we'll call it here though. Alrighty, people. Till next time. See you online. See ya, Ash. See ya, Carrion. I think we'll go for Charlie. But yeah, if anybody's interested in wishlisting, you can also find the Steam page there. There's also a demo. Helps with the algorithm if you want to wishlist, but you know you don't have to. I don't know. I feel really exhausted, but I do want to stream again tonight, like later tonight, around like 3 a.m. maybe, or 2 a.m. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. But yeah. Till next time, people. Bye.
I'm sure Reddit's 100%, I'd say, the right spot for what you're making. I think you'd fly on this, yes, subreddit.